Laid down at the Admiralty shipyard in St. Petersburg in June 1909, Petropavlovsk was commissioned in January 1914 as one of 4 Gangut-class dreadnoughts, Russia's first capital ships designed to international standards rather than domestic compromise. Displacement: 23,360 tons standard. Armament: 12 305mm/52 caliber guns in 4 triple turrets arranged in a linear superfiring configuration. Speed: 23 knots. The 225mm waterline armor belt was substantial by Russian precedent, insufficient against contemporary German dreadnought gunnery at battle ranges. The ship's crew voted to support the Kronstadt sailor revolt in March 1921, placing the vessel in direct political opposition to the Bolshevik government she nominally served. Renamed Marat that same year, she underwent modest upgrades through the 1920s, improved fire control directors, revised anti-aircraft mounts, reconfigured secondary batteries. No fundamental structural modernization followed. On September 23, 1941, Ju-88 aircraft from Kampfgeschwader 1 struck the vessel in Kronstadt harbour. A single 1,000-kilogram bomb penetrated the forward magazine. The bow section forward of Turret 2 disintegrated in the detonation. 326 men died instantly. The hull settled to the harbour bottom in 11 meters of water. Soviet engineers subsequently floated and braced the stern section against the quay, returning the aft 2 turrets to use as fixed shore batteries, a role they maintained through 1944. The remains were struck from the Naval Register in 1953. Gangut was the nameship of the class, laid down at the Baltic Works in June 1909 and commissioned November 1914. Technical specifications matched her sisters: 23,360 tons standard displacement, 12 305mm guns, a maximum speed recorded at 23.5 knots on builders' trials. The ship served through the First World War primarily as a fleet-in-being force in the Gulf of Finland, deterring German naval incursions rather than engaging in direct action. Renamed Oktyabrskaya Revolutsiya in 1925, this vessel received the most comprehensive modernization of any Gangut-class ship during the interwar years. Between 1931 and 1934, reconstruction at Kronstadt replaced the original lattice masts with tripods, added external torpedo protection bulges that increased beam by 4.5 meters, rebuilt the superstructure entirely, and upgraded the bar and Stroud fire control system with Soviet-designed optics. Anti-aircraft armament grew progressively through the late 1930s, eventually comprising 6 76mm guns and 16 37mm automatic cannons. Post-reconstruction full-load displacement reached 26,170 tons. During the siege of Leningrad, the ship served as a heavy fire support platform from Kronstadt, engaging German artillery positions with counter-battery fire coordinated through forward observers on the mainland perimeter. She absorbed 2 bomb hits in 1941 without catastrophic damage. A post-war reclassification in 1954 redesignated her a training ship. Final decommissioning came in 1956. Scrapping was completed by 1959. Sevastopol was laid down at the Baltic Works in June 1909 and commissioned November 1914. She was transferred to the Black Sea Fleet in 1929 following an 8-month transit through the Mediterranean, a voyage completed without mechanical incident, noted by Western naval observers who had expected breakdown before Gibraltar. In the Black Sea, she was renamed Parizhskaya Kommuna. The renaming had its own political irony. The original Paris Commune had lasted 72 days before military suppression. Soviet naval administrators apparently found the parallel acceptable. The vessel underwent partial modernization between 1938 and 1939 at Sevastopol Naval Shipyard. Work addressed secondary battery arrangement, anti-aircraft installations, and the direct-to-fire control system, though the hull's fundamental 1914 profile was unchanged. Full load displacement following modifications reached approximately 26,600 tons. The rebuilt superstructure incorporated the tripod mast configuration standard across the modernized Kirov-class. When German forces reached the Crimean Peninsula in autumn 1941, Parizhskaya Kommuna relocated to Poti on the eastern Black Sea coast, operating from this reduced-risk anchorage for the war's duration. She conducted shore bombardment missions against Axis positions in Crimea, including a fire support role during the Soviet amphibious landing at Feodosia in January 1942. The ship survived the war without catastrophic structural damage. Post-war redesignation in 1943 restored her original name Sevastopol. She was stricken in 1956, scrapped by 1957. Poltava was the fourth and final Gangut-class dreadnought, commissioned December 17, 1914 from the Admiralty shipyard. Her career through the First World War paralleled those of her sisters. Deterrence operations in the Gulf of Finland, intermittent fleet exercises, and the systematic material attrition of a navy that was decaying faster than it could be maintained. On November 24, 1919, a catastrophic fire broke out in her boiler compartments at Petrograd. The cause was almost certainly negligent maintenance during the period of maximum institutional collapse following the Civil War. The interior of the ship was destroyed. The Soviet Navy conducted damage assessments in 1923 and again in 1926. Both concluded that restoration was technically feasible, but costly. Plans were drafted in 1927 to rebuild the vessel with modernized armor, a new propulsion plant, and updated armament. The ship was renamed Frunze in 1926. Reconstruction began at the Baltic Works, but stalled repeatedly under material shortages and competing budget priorities through the early 1930s. Work was formally suspended in 1935. The decision was economically rational. The cost of completing Frunze now exceeded her projected operational value. The partially reconstructed hull was redesignated as a source of spare components for Oktyabrskaya Revolutsia's ongoing modernization. Metal stripped from the hull was used directly in her sister ship's reconstruction. Frunze was broken up beginning in 1949. She never fired a gun in Soviet service. Her only contribution was disassembly. Imperatrica Ekaterina Velikaya was the second Imperatrica Maria-class dreadnought, commissioned October 18, 1915 at Nikolaev for service with the Black Sea Fleet. Displacement 24,000 tons. Armament 12 305mm/52 caliber guns in 4 triple turrets, the same arrangement as the Gangut-class but on a heavier, better protected hull. Maximum belt armor reached 262mm. The vessel was intended to provide firepower superiority over the Ottoman Navy's principal asset, the German-supplied battlecruiser Yavuz Sultan Selim, formerly the Goeben. The strategic rationale was coherent. The ship was effective. she operated against Turkish coastal targets and escorted mine-laying operations through 1916 and 1917. Following the February Revolution, she was renamed Svobodnaya Rossiya. The October Revolution placed her in an ambiguous command structure as competing political factions contested control of the Black Sea Fleet. By spring 1918, the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk threatened German seizure of all Black Sea naval assets. On June 18, 1918, the destroyer Kerch fired 2 torpedoes into Svobodnaya Rossiya on direct orders from the Revolutionary Naval Council, preferring destruction to German capture. She capsized outside Novorossiysk harbour. The vessel had been in nominal Soviet service for fewer than 8 months. The decision to scuttle was contested within the fleet. Multiple senior officers opposed destruction on grounds that the political situation might yet be reversed. It was not. The Black Sea Fleet's deliberate self-destruction in 1918 left the Soviet Navy without a southern capital ship capability for 22 years. Imperator Alexander III was the third Imperatrica Maria-class dreadnought, commissioned June 15, 1917, after the February Revolution but before the Bolshevik coup, making her the only Russian capital ship to enter service under the provisional government. She was also the only battleship of her class to survive the war undamaged, and the only one to avoid Soviet control entirely, through a combination of geography and political contingency. Following the Bolshevik seizure of power, the vessel joined White Russian forces under General Wrangel and was renamed General Alexeyev. During the final evacuation of Crimea in November 1920, she carried approximately 7,000 refugees and elements of Wrangel's dissolving army across the Black Sea to Constantinople. The strategic significance of this transit was total. It represented the permanent export of the White cause from Russian territory. The ship subsequently anchored at Bizerte, Tunisia, under French administrative custody. The French government maintained the vessel in storage as Russian émigré organizations debated competing claims to the fleet. France formally recognized the Soviet government in 1924, theoretically transferring legal ownership of the Bizerte squadron. No physical transfer followed. The Soviet Navy had no Black Sea fleet capable of accepting delivery, no funds to operate the ship, and no political mechanism for negotiating with the diaspora communities holding informal custody. General Alexeyev corroded at Bizerte until 1936, when she was sold to Italian breakers. Her guns were never fired after 1920. The Sovietsky Soyuz class represented Stalin's ambition to build a blue water fleet capable of contesting Atlantic sea lanes. The Project 23 design was developed with technical assistance from the Italian firm Ansaldo and incorporated intelligence drawn from British capital ship programs. The final specification called for a 65,150-ton vessel carrying 9 406mm/50 caliber guns in 3 triple turrets. A bore diameter matching the Iowa class, firing a heavier 1,105 kilogram shell at a lower muzzle velocity, optimized for plunging fire at long ranges. Armor protection was formidable on paper: a 375mm main belt, 495mm turret faces, and a 380mm conning tower. Design speed was 28 knots. Designed range reached 14,000 nautical miles at 14 knots. The program authorized 4 ships. Sovietsky Soyuz was laid down at the Ordzhonikidze Baltic Works in Leningrad on July 15, 1938. By June 1941, the hull had achieved approximately 21% structural completion, roughly 9,600 tons of steel assembled on the slipway. The German invasion of June 22nd terminated the program immediately. Construction materials were redirected to fortification work. German forces occupied portions of the Baltic Works grounds during the siege of Leningrad, though the hull itself was not captured. Post-war assessments in 1945 and 1946 concluded that resuming construction was economically impractical and strategically obsolete. The hull was scrapped in 1949. Sovetskaya Ukraina was laid down at the Nikolaev shipyard on the Black Sea on October 31, 1938, the second Project 23 hull, and the program's most complete physical manifestation at the moment the war arrived. By June 1941, her hull had achieved approximately 18% structural completion, representing roughly 31,000 tons of assembled steel on the slipway. Specifications were identical to the lead ship: 65,150 tons full load, 9 406mm guns, 28 knot design speed, 375mm belt armor. German forces reached Nikolaev on August 16, 1941. Soviet workers and engineers evacuated with technical documentation, portable tooling, and as much salvageable material as the available time permitted. The hull itself could not be moved. German naval engineers subsequently inspected the vessel in detail. Their assessment, forwarded to the Oberkommando der Marine, concluded that the Soviets had been constructing a genuinely formidable ship, but that industrial execution showed significant gaps between design ambition and fabrication quality. Hull plating tolerances were inconsistent, and several structural joints showed evidence of improvised remediation. Germany had no operational use for an incomplete Soviet battleship hull. The vessel sat at Nikolaev through the occupation, stripped progressively of useful material. When Soviet forces retook the city in March 1944, the stripped hull was found intact. Post-war investigations briefly assessed completion feasibility. The estimate was prohibitive. Completing the vessel would cost more than constructing a new ship from the keel up. The hull was broken up between 1947 and 1949. Sovetskaya Rossiya was laid down at the Molotov shipyard in Severodvinsk on July 22, 1939. The third Project 23 hull, and the only one constructed at a northern yard. The choice of Severodvinsk reflected Soviet strategic planning that envisioned these ships operating across multiple fleet theaters: a Baltic ship, a Black Sea ship, and a Northern Fleet ship. The fourth hull would provide a Pacific-capable reserve. In theory, no single theater adversary could simultaneously threaten all vessels. Construction progressed more slowly than at Nikolaev or Leningrad. The Severodvinsk yard lacked the heavy lifting equipment and experienced workforce of the major southern facilities. Project 23 demanded precision metalwork and complex armor plate installations that strained Soviet industrial capacity even at optimally equipped yards. At Severodvinsk, the difficulties were compounded by climate, supply chain distance, and the yard's relative inexperience with capital ship construction. By the time war arrived in June 1941, Sovetskaya Rossiya had achieved approximately 5% structural completion. The program was suspended immediately, and the formal cancellation order, which had actually been issued in 1940 before significant work commenced, was rendered academic by events. Unlike the Leningrad and Nikolaev hulls, this vessel posed no capture risk given the Northern Front's geographic configuration. The slipway materials were redirected to convoy escort vessel production. The slipway was cleared by late 1941. No German or Allied officer ever inspected what remained. Sovetskaya Byelorussiya was the fourth and final Project 23 hull laid down at the Molotov shipyard in Severodvinsk on July 22, 1940, exactly 1 year after Sovetskaya Rossiya on the same slipway. The symbolic precision of the laying down ceremony masked fundamental problems with the entire program that Soviet planners had known about for months, but had not formally acknowledged in public. By 1940, Soviet naval intelligence had received detailed reporting on German capital ship construction, including the Bismarck-class, and preliminary specifications for the cancelled H-class battleships. They had also absorbed the lessons of the Winter War against Finland, which demonstrated that Soviet industrial planning had systematically overestimated production capacity and underestimated the complexity of advanced weapon systems requiring precision manufacturing tolerances beyond routine Soviet industrial practice. Sovetskaya Byelorussiya was cancelled before meaningful structural work commenced. Official records indicate less than 1% completion was achieved before the work stoppage. The slipway was cleared for submarine construction, which represented a more achievable and operationally relevant priority in the 1940 strategic environment. The four Project 23 ships collectively consumed approximately 240,000 tons of high-grade armor steel and tens of millions of rubles during their abortive construction phases. Every ton of that steel would have been more productively applied elsewhere. The program's termination was strategically correct. Its initiation, given the existing industrial capacity constraints, was not. Project 69 was the Soviet Union's battlecruiser program, a ship type that had effectively died in other navies after Jutland demonstrated the consequences of sacrificing armor for speed, but which was resurrected by Stalin's personal preference for large, fast, heavily armed surface combatants. The Kronstadt-class design called for a 35,240-ton ship carrying 9 305mm/54 caliber guns in 3 triple turrets, a 230mm main armor belt, and a designed speed of 32 knots. The armament selection was a significant operational compromise. Stalin had originally wanted 380mm guns, but Soviet industry could not produce them on the required schedule. Negotiations with Germany in 1939 and early 1940 explored acquiring the 380mm triple turrets being manufactured for German capital ships, never completed. Germany declined. The 305mm caliber was then adopted as the achievable alternative, adequate against contemporary cruisers, inadequate against the battleships these vessels were conceptually intended to intercept. Kronstadt was laid down at the Ordzhonikidze Baltic Works in Leningrad on November 30th, 1939. By June 1941, the hull had reached approximately 12% completion. The German invasion suspended all construction immediately. Unlike the Project 23 hulls, Kronstadt's partially assembled structure was progressively demolished during the siege of Leningrad to recover steel for city fortifications. Post-war analysis concluded the basic design was fatally compromised. Insufficient armor made the vessel vulnerable to the very dreadnoughts it was supposed to run down, while the medium-caliber guns could not reliably defeat them at any range. The second Project 69 hull was also named Sevastopol, a name already carried by one of the surviving Gangut-class dreadnoughts, indicating either administrative carelessness or deliberate disregard for organizational clarity in Soviet naval nomenclature. This vessel was laid down at shipyard number 194 in Leningrad on November 5, 1939, 3 weeks before her sister Kronstadt. Specifications were identical across both hulls. Both Project 69 ships faced the same fundamental conceptual contradiction. The original design rationale demanded heavy guns capable of defeating contemporary foreign battleships in fleet engagements. The guns available from Soviet domestic production were insufficient for this role. The German offer of 380mm twin turrets, enough to partially rearm one ship with credible anti-battleship firepower, was pursued through diplomatic and commercial channels throughout 1939 and into early 1940. Germany made the offer contingent on Soviet trade concessions that the Soviet side was unwilling or unable to meet at acceptable terms. Negotiations collapsed entirely by late 1940, as German strategic preparations for Barbarossa superseded commercial diplomacy. This Sevastopol's construction mirrored Kronstadt's in both timeline and termination. By June 1941, the hull stood at approximately 11% completion. The German invasion suspended all major naval construction simultaneously. The structural material was absorbed into the Leningrad defensive perimeter over the following 3 years. A post-war feasibility study in 1946 included Project 69 among programs reviewed for possible resumption. The conclusion was negative. The formal cancellation had been issued in 1940. The siege completed what the order began. Project 24 was the Soviet Union's post-war attempt to finally build the battleships it had failed to complete before 1941. Design work began in 1945 at TSKB-17, drawing on captured German naval technical documentation, detailed intelligence regarding Iowa-class operations in the Pacific, and the accumulated wartime experience of Soviet naval planners who had watched their inherited dreadnoughts age into irrelevance in real combat. The design evolved through numerous iterations between 1945 and 1951. The most developed version, reviewed by the Council of Ministers in 1950, called for an 81,150-ton vessel carrying 9 457mm/55 caliber guns in 3 triple turrets, a caliber exceeding any weapon fitted to any operational battleship in history, including the Yamato's 460mm armament. Designed speed was 30 knots. Armor protection was specified to a level that would have made the vessel resistant to anything in the existing naval inventory. The estimated construction cost per hull was approximately 1.2 billion rubles at 1950 prices, roughly equivalent to building 40 submarines. Stalin personally reviewed the concept through 1951 and maintained interest in its development. The program was suspended following his death in March 1953. Nikita Khrushchev, who had observed American carrier aviation's decisive role in the Pacific War and Korean conflict, regarded the battleship concept as strategically obsolete in the missile age. Project 24 was cancelled within months of Khrushchev's consolidation of power. The design files were archived. No ship was ever named. Not 1 kilogram of steel was cut. Project 82, the Stalingrad-class, was the only post-war Soviet capital ship program to proceed from design studies to actual steel cutting. Officially designated heavy cruisers to circumvent political resistance to the battleship label, these were in practice battlecruisers. 42,300-ton warships carrying 9 305mm/70 caliber guns in 3 triple turrets, a 180mm main armor belt, and a designed speed of 35 knots. The distinction between heavy cruiser and battlecruiser at these dimensions is primarily semantic. The armament represented a genuine advance over any previous Soviet naval gun. The 305mm/70 caliber weapon was a new post-war development, firing a 470-kilogram shell to a maximum range of 52 kilometers. A ballistic performance exceeding any gun of equivalent caliber in prior naval history. The fire control system incorporated post-war radar target designation, entirely absent from previous Soviet capital ship designs. The estimated complement was 1,700 men per vessel. Stalingrad was laid down at Nikolaev's shipyard, number 444, on December 31st, 1951. Construction progressed at credible pace through 1952. The hull had reached approximately 18% completion when Stalin died on March 5, 1953. Khrushchev's cancellation order was issued April 18, 1953. 44 days after Stalin's death, the hull was scrapped on the slipway in 1954. Stalingrad never fired a gun. She became the most visible evidence that Soviet capital ship ambitions were always, ultimately, one man's project. Moskva was the second Project 82 hull laid down at the Baltic Works in Leningrad on February 1, 1952. Her construction at the Baltic Works, the same facility that had built the Gangut-class 40 years earlier, and had partially assembled the Project 23 lead ship on an adjacent slipway, gave the program a geographical diversity that matched its strategic rationale. With Stalingrad building in the south and Moskva in the Baltic, no single air campaign could simultaneously eliminate both hulls before completion. The third ship, assigned to the Pacific, extended this logic east. Specifications were identical across all 3 Project 82 hulls: 42,300 tons standard displacement, 9 305mm/70 caliber guns, 35 knots design speed. The total program, if completed, would have committed approximately 5,100 naval personnel to a ship type that every other major navy had already concluded was obsolete in an era of carrier aviation and guided missiles. The Soviet Navy's own experience with the Gangut-class through 1944 provided direct evidence that battleships required extensive air cover to survive in contested waters. This evidence was available to the planners who approved Project 82. It was not acted upon. Moskva had reached approximately 12% structural completion when the cancellation order arrived in April 1953. The Baltic Works, with its greater capital ship experience, had maintained a faster construction pace than Nikolaev. The hull was broken up on the slipway in 1953 and 1954. The labour hours expended on all 3 Project 82 hulls were estimated at 6.2 million. The name Moskva was later assigned to a guided missile cruiser lost to Ukrainian Neptune missiles in the Black Sea on April 14, 2022. The connection is entirely nominal. The third project, 82 vessel ordered for construction at shipyard number 199 in Komsomolsk-on-Amur in the Soviet Far East, was never formally named. It was designated for Pacific Fleet assignment and represented the program's eastern anchor, a facility built specifically to support major warship construction in a theatre completely isolated from European Russia by 9,000 kilometers of land. No photograph of the partial structure is known to survive in publicly accessible archives. Construction at Komsomolsk-on-Amur presented logistical obstacles that dwarfed those of the European yards. Armor plate for the hull was being manufactured at the Chelyabinsk steel complex and required a 6,000-kilometer overland transit via the Trans-Siberian Railway before installation. Specialized components, technical workers, and quality control personnel all required the same journey. Despite these constraints, preliminary structural work had begun on the slipway before the cancellation order reached the yard in spring 1953. Post-cancellation analysis suggested the Pacific hull was running 6 to 8 months behind its sister ships at Nikolaev and Leningrad, unsurprising given the supply chain conditions. Completion was estimated as being years further from achievement than the European hulls. The slipway was cleared in late 1953 and early 1954, the steel redirected to other naval construction. The ship had no name, no commander, and no operational future from the moment Khrushchev's decision was issued. Its cancellation was, of all three Project 82 hulls, the least consequential. It had barely begun to exist. December 25th, 1967. Cold War tensions simmer as the Soviet Navy commissions a radical new breed of warship, the PKR Moskva. Displacing over 15,000 tons, this helicopter carrier cruiser represented the physical culmination of 3 decades of intense, bitter, institutional debate. Kremlin planners desperately clashed over whether the Soviet Union should field true aircraft carriers. The result? A massive compromise that arguably failed to master any of its intended roles. Visually, the Moskva was a split personality. Her forward half weaponized a conventional cruiser hull, bristling with twin SAN-3 Goblet surface-to-air missiles and a devastating Su-WN-1 anti-submarine rocket launcher. Yet, her aft half abruptly opened into a flush flight deck, packing 14 Kar-25 Hormone anti-submarine helicopters. Admiral Gorshkov demanded fleet carriers, but the Soviet Air Force and General Staff fiercely resisted, fearing a rival for aviation funding and questioning Western power projection strategies. When deployed to the Mediterranean, the Moskva hunted NATO submarines with real but severely limited tactical success. 14 helicopters simply could not secure an entire sea. This half measure ultimately proved that institutional deadlock creates half capabilities. The compromised hybrid was relegated to the reserve in 1996 and permanently stricken just 1 year later. June 2nd, 1969. The Soviet Black Sea Fleet strengthens its ranks with the commissioning of the PKR Leningrad. As the second and final Project 1123 helicopter carrier cruiser, she was structurally identical to her sister ship, the Moskva. However, engineers integrated vital, minor modifications derived from early operational lessons. While inheriting the same fundamental compromise between cruiser and carrier, the Leningrad would soon forge a far more dramatic and publicly visible frontline legacy during the height of the Cold War. Her defining hour struck in the aftermath of the 1973 Yom Kippur War. In 1974 and 1975, the Soviet military deployed the Leningrad to the heavily contested Suez Canal zone. Her specialized Ka-25 helicopters launched critical mine clearance operations, successfully reopening the strategic international waterway, which had been paralyzed since 1967. Witnessing Soviet aviation assets clear an Egyptian canal under international diplomatic arrangements was a stunning display of naval diplomacy. A unique mission impossible for standard cruisers. Plans for a superior third vessel were abruptly scrapped in favor of the newer Kirov-class. Relegated to reserve in 1991, Leningrad was broken up in 1994, concluding an operational life valued far more for institutional doctrine than raw tactical power. In the shadows of the Cold War arms race, Soviet naval visionaries dared to design the ultimate weapon, nuclear-powered supercarriers. Project 1160 emerged in the late 1960s as a towering 80,000-ton Leviathan. By the mid-1970s, it evolved into the refined 70,000-ton Project 1153. Armed with heavy steam catapults, these supercarriers were engineered to launch advanced Su-27K and MiG-29K fighters. This blueprint represented Admiral Gorshkov's ultimate dream, a force capable of genuine global power projection and robust fleet air defense. Yet, these massive warships were doomed before a single plate of steel could be cut. In 1973, Defense Minister Andrei Grechko vetoed Project 1160, asserting that Soviet strategic doctrine demanded denial of Western sea lanes rather than duplicating American power projection models. 5 years later, his successor, Dmitry Ustinov, axed Project 1153 under intense pressure from a resistant Air Force hierarchy. The ultimate irony was institutional. The elite supersonic fighters designed for these catapult-equipped decks were built anyway. Decades later, they were forced onto the Kuznetsov, heavily crippled by its restrictive ski jump ramp. The cancellation of the nuclear carriers proved that Soviet bureaucracy could build world-class aircraft, but lacked the strategic resolve to build the ultimate ships to launch them. December 28, 1975. The Soviet Union achieves a major milestone with the commissioning of the PKR Kiev. Displacing 40,000 tons with a massive 274-meter hull, this lead ship shattered conventions. To bypass the restrictive Montreux Convention barring true aircraft carriers from transiting the Turkish Straits, Moscow classified her as a heavy aviation carrying cruiser. This was no mere diplomatic trickery. The Kiev's massive forward deck was heavily weaponized, packed with devastating P-500 Basalt anti-ship missiles and formidable surface-to-air systems. Aviation-wise, she deployed the cutting-edge Yak-38 Forger, the USSR's first operational vertical takeoff and landing fighter. However, the Forger was a technological dead end. Hampered by a short combat radius and sluggish subsonic speeds, it was highly vulnerable. Kiev's true lethality lay in her 8 P-500 Basalt missiles, capable of launching sea-skimming strikes against American carrier groups from 500 kilometers away. Operating across the North Atlantic and Mediterranean, the Kiev generated intense Western surveillance. While her symbolic geopolitical impact was massive, her real tactical aviation capability remained severely modest. In 2000, this former Cold War vanguard suffered a bizarre final fate, sold to China and converted into a luxury hotel complex. September 27, 1978. The Soviet Navy commissions the PKR Minsk, the second ship of the iconic Kirov-class. Incorporating 300 additional tons of displacement and highly advanced sensor upgrades, this aviation cruiser was built for global reach. Assigned directly to the Pacific Fleet, the Minsk was ordered to project Soviet naval presence far beyond European waters, spearheading historic deployments into the vast Indian Ocean and through the strategic Malacca Strait. Her imposing silhouette sparked urgent monitoring by American, Japanese, and Indian intelligence networks. Yet, behind the aggressive propaganda layout lay a stark reality. Her Yak-38 fighters were so profoundly limited that Soviet commanders rarely assigned them genuine combat strike profiles. Pilots privately admitted the supersonic-looking jets were largely for public show. Conversely, her fleet of Ka-25 and Ka-27 helicopters provided a highly effective, lethal shield against hidden Western submarines. The Minsk symbolized a global Soviet challenge to American naval supremacy, but her true capability never matched her fearsome appearance. Following the collapse of the Soviet state, the decaying cruiser suffered an ignominious end. Sold to China in 1995, she was converted into a military theme park before being towed away for scrap. August 23, 1982. The Soviet Union fields the third evolution of the Kiev-class, the PKR Novorossiysk. Boasting a highly refined sensor suite and vastly improved crew habitability, this 42,000-ton heavy aviation cruiser was sent to Vladivostok to reinforce the Pacific Fleet. Yet, she would ultimately suffer the shortest, most tragic operational career of any Soviet carrier, serving barely 11 years before being crushed by history. Her commissioning coincided with the 1982 Falklands War, a conflict that deeply troubled Soviet naval analysts. They watched British carriers utilize Sea Harrier vertical takeoff jets to conduct high-stakes combat operations with devastating effectiveness. Crucially, the British Harriers completely outclassed the Soviet Yak-38 in range, electronics, and weapons capability. This uncomfortable reality proved that the Soviet vertical flight concept was fatally flawed. When the Soviet Union collapsed, a catastrophic economic crisis paralyzed the Russian Navy. Unable to maintain 4 massive aviation cruisers, Moscow abandoned the Novorossiysk, decommissioning her prematurely in 1993. Sold to South Korean shipbreakers and dismantled in India, she vanished from history, a stark monument to a design whose strategic purpose decayed faster than its steel hull. December 11, 1987. The ultimate evolution of the Project 1143 design enters service, the PKR Baku. Later renamed Admiral Gorshkov, this heavily modified 45,000-ton cruiser featured a revolutionary 12-degree ski jump ramp and cutting-edge sensor arrays. This crucial design shift abandoned the obsolete Yak-38, pointing directly toward the future of conventional naval aviation. However, a catastrophic shipboard fire in 1996 combined with a bankrupt post-Soviet economy, left her rusting and abandoned at the Severodvinsk shipyards. Then came a stunning multi-billion-dollar resurrection. In 2004, India purchased the crippled vessel, initiating one of the most complex naval reconstructions in history. Engineers completely stripped the ship, erasing her heavy Soviet missile decks to install a modern, Western standard flight deck optimized for advanced MiG-29K fighters. Reborn on November 16, 2013, as the INS Vikramaditya, she emerged as the undisputed flagship of the Indian Navy. Operating 16 supersonic fighters and an extensive helicopter wing, she achieved the true carrier capability her Soviet designers could only dream of. The Baku's epic second life completely eclipsed her first. The Soviet Union built a flawed cruiser. India transformed it into the ultimate instrument of modern naval power. January 21st, 1990. The Soviet Navy finally unleashes its first true aircraft carrier, the Admiral Kuznetsov. Displacing nearly 60,000 tons and stretching over 300 meters, this massive vessel utilized a unique 14-degree ski jump ramp to launch high-performance Su-33 flanker fighters without complex steam catapults. Today, she survives as Russia's lone aircraft carrier, though her career is defined more by catastrophic misfortune than naval triumph. In 2016, the Kuznetsov sailed to the Syrian coast, launching Russia's historic first carrier-based combat strikes. However, the deployment exposed severe technical rot. 2 advanced fighters were lost to frayed, failing arresting cables that snap-crashed into the sea. Worse still, her notoriously unreliable steam turbines routinely force her to deploy alongside an embarrassing ocean-going rescue tug in case of total propulsion failure. Since 2017, the ill-fated carrier has been trapped in an endless cursed refit in Murmansk. She narrowly survived a massive dry dock sinking in 2018, followed by a deadly onboard fire in 2019. Plagued by continuous delays, Russia's ultimate symbol of naval ambition remains sidelined, a floating ghost story whose return to the sea is pushed back past 2025. 1998. In the wake of the Soviet collapse, an incomplete Phantom ship sits rusting in a Ukrainian shipyard. This was the Varyag, the 68% finished sister ship to the Kuznetsov. Desperate for cash, Ukraine sold the massive hull for a mere $25 million to a Macau travel agency, which claimed they would convert her into a floating casino. It was an audacious, transparent lie. The real buyer was the Chinese military. Towed across a grueling 26,000-kilometer ocean journey, the hull arrived at Dalian. There, Chinese engineers achieved a miraculous resurrection. They completely rebuilt her structure, installed powerful engines, integrated advanced weapon systems, and commissioned her on September 25, 2012, as the CNS Liaoning, China's historic first aircraft carrier. Flying reverse-engineered J-15 Flying Shark fighters, the ship became the ultimate training platform for a rising superpower. The Varyag, once dismissed by the West as useless Cold War scrap, became the foundational cornerstone of China's massive modern carrier fleet. The vital lessons learned from her ski jump deck directly birthed the domestic carrier Shandong. A single $25 million transaction fundamentally shifted the global balance of naval power forever. November 25, 1988. The Soviet Union lays down its ultimate naval masterpiece, the Ulyanovsk. Designed as a 75,000-ton nuclear-powered supercarrier, she was Moscow's ultimate answer to America's Nimitz-class. Armed with 4 nuclear reactors for limitless range and 4 cutting-edge electromagnetic catapults, she was engineered to launch a massive 70-aircraft air wing at full combat weight. This giant completely abandoned heavy defensive missiles, relying instead on its lethal Su-33K and MiG-29K fighters for absolute offensive striking power. She would have shattered 3 decades of institutional compromise and doctrinal confusion, but the Ulyanovsk was born too late. In November 1991, with the hull 40% complete, the Soviet Union suddenly fractured and collapsed. By February 1992, the newly independent Ukrainian government faced a brutal economic crisis. Recognizing that Russia could never pay to finish the warship, Ukraine ordered the half-built supercarrier brutally cut apart on the very slipway where she was born. Her premium steel was sold off as raw scrap metal. The most capable aircraft carrier the Soviet Empire ever conceived died without ever touching the water, a tragic monument to a superpower that ran out of time. Between 1977 and 1985, a quiet but devastating war was waged inside Kremlin briefing rooms. The prize? The blueprint for the future Soviet fleet. It began as the Project 1160 Orel, a magnificent 70,000-ton nuclear-powered supercarrier equipped with steam catapults, fully capable of rivaling America's best. Yet, through a grueling series of bureaucratic battles, this grand vision was systematically stripped down, eventually mutating into the Project 1143.5 Kuznetsov, a conventionally powered ship restricted by a ski jump ramp. Every single design reduction marked a crushing institutional defeat for the legendary Admiral Gorshkov. In 1979, Defense Minister Dmitry Ustinov stripped the nuclear reactors, ruling that Soviet shipyards could not build nuclear carriers and Kirov-class battlecruisers simultaneously. In 1981, the Soviet Air Force successfully killed the steam catapult program, forcing a compromise ski jump design instead. Gorshkov fought fiercely for catapults until his death in 1988, warning that ski jumps would cripple fighter payloads and severely undermine combat effectiveness. History vindicated the admiral. Su-33 pilots were routinely forced to sacrifice fuel and weapons just to take off. The architect of the Soviet global navy died watching his ultimate dream built to specifications he spent a lifetime fighting against. The project at 1160 Orel remains the ultimate what-if of Cold War naval history. This ambitious design detailed an 80,000-ton nuclear-powered Titan armed with twin steam catapults. It was engineered to deploy a lethal air wing of 60 to 70 advanced fixed-wing fighters, including navalized Su-27Ks. Championed by Admiral Gorshkov, the Orel was the closest the USSR ever came to matching the American Nimitz class. But in 1976, Defense Minister Andrei Grechko abruptly killed the project with a devastating ideological decree. Carriers were weapons of aggression unsuited to Soviet doctrine. This political veto was operationally flawed. While Western carriers projected offensive power, Gorshkov's Orel had a strictly defensive mission, shielding vulnerable Soviet ballistic missile submarine bastions from NATO attacks. Grechko's refusal reflected the Soviet military hierarchy's deep-seated bias toward ground forces alongside intense Air Force resistance against a maritime aviation rival. The death of the Orel forced Gorshkov into an endless cycle of compromised, inferior carrier designs. Had this nuclear giant been built, Soviet naval history would have been completely rewritten. Instead, it was reduced to paper, a casualty of Kremlin politics that left the Soviet fleet permanently outgunned on the open ocean. 1939. The Soviet Union stands on the precipice of a global conflagration, institutionally and tactically unprepared for the storm to come. At the vanguard of its surface fleet is the Project 7 Nevny-class destroyer. Born from a technology transfer with the Italian firm Ansaldo, these sleek, aggressive warships trace their lineage directly to the Navigatori class, On sea trials, they are blistering fast, cutting through the waves at an astonishing 38 knots. Armed with 4 130mm guns and 6 torpedo tubes, they are built around a hardline Soviet doctrine: aggressive, high-speed torpedo execution. Yet, beneath their beautiful lines lies a fatal flaw. The complex Italian-designed propulsion machinery requires a level of engineering expertise that Soviet crews simply have not yet mastered. When thrust into the brutal operating conditions of the Baltic and Black Seas, engines fail catastrophically. Combined with the relentless enemy action, the results are devastating. Out of 24 Nizhny-class destroyers commissioned, a shocking 16 are lost to combat or accidents. This staggering 67% attrition rate represents a loss unmatched by any other major navy in World War II, serving as a grim monument to a fleet forced to learn the art of modern naval warfare through steel and fire. As the lessons of the Gnevny class are written in blood, Soviet naval architects pivot quickly. Enter the project 7U Subrazitelny class. Commissioned between 1940 and 1942, these 18 warships feature a critical evolution. Fragile Italian machinery is ripped out, replaced by robust, Soviet-designed turbine engines. While top speed drops slightly to 36.5 knots, operational reliability skyrockets. The results speak for themselves. In the crucible of World War II, only 3 of the 18 ships are lost, proving the immense value of engineering independence. The undisputed legend of the class is the lead ship herself, Subrazitelny, a name meaning resourceful or quick-witted. Operating in the fiercely contested Black Sea, she becomes the most celebrated Soviet destroyer of the war, earning 12 battle honors, the prestigious Guards title, and the Order of the Red Banner. Across 43 combat operations, Subrazitelny braves relentless enemy fire to escort vital supply convoys to besieged strongholds like Sevastopol and Novorossiysk, evacuate desperate troops, and unleash furious shore bombardments. She proves a vital maxim that would forever guide all future Soviet naval design. Raw speed is a luxury, but the ability to get underway and fight on demand is an absolute combat necessity. With the dawn of the Cold War, Joseph Stalin unleashes a massive naval construction program driven by a singular determination: to challenge Western supremacy in European waters through sheer numerical dominance. The instruments of this strategy are the Project 30 Ognavoy and its post-war production variant, the Project 30 Bis Skory class. Built between 1949 and 1954 across 4 shipyards simultaneously, an astonishing 70 Skory-class destroyers roll off the lines, making it the largest single post-war destroyer program in history. These warships are heavily armed evolutionary designs, packing 10 533mm torpedo tubes across 2 massive quintuple mounts. Soviet doctrine dictates a terrifying tactic: destroyer flotillas operating in packs of 4 to 6 ships, unleashing coordinated, overwhelming salvos capable of saturating and destroying entire Western cruiser task forces. The Skory class becomes the face of early Soviet naval diplomacy, extensively exported to allies like China, Egypt, Indonesia, and Poland. In 1962, these hulls find themselves on the front lines of global apocalypse, deploying during the high-stakes naval blockade of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Their aggressive presence in the Atlantic forces Western planners to realize that a dangerous new superpower has truly arrived on the world's high seas. By the mid-1950s, Soviet naval strategy undergoes a profound shift. moving away from sheer mass production toward advanced, high-quality engineering. The breakthrough comes with the Project 56 Kotlin-class. Commissioned between 1956 and 1958, these 27 warships represent the Soviet Navy's first truly modern post-war destroyer design. Cutting through water at a blistering 38.5 knots, the Kotlin possesses a refined hull and advanced turbines that match any Western contemporary. Originally sporting twin 130mm turrets and 10 torpedo tubes, the class soon faces a dangerous new reality: the threat of supersonic jet aircraft. In 1962, the Soviets pioneer a revolutionary upgrade. Under the Project 56A and 56K modifications, the aft gun turrets are torn away to install the twin-arm Volna surface-to-air missile system, the very first SAMs fitted onto a Soviet destroyer. Though limited to a 10-kilometer range, the Volna system establishes a permanent doctrine of guided missile air defense. Upgraded for anti-submarine warfare with RBU 2,500 rocket launchers, Kotlins assert their presence globally. During the tense 1973 Yom Kippur War, they shadow United States 6th Fleet carrier groups in the Mediterranean, proving the Soviet Union can project lethal power across the global ocean expanses with absolute confidence and strategic authority. In 1958, the Soviet Navy changes the rules of surface engagement forever. Seeking a way to counter superior Western carrier strike groups, naval engineers look to the Kotlin hull and reshape it into a pioneering weapon system, the Project 57 Bis-Kildin class. These 4 vessels become the first destroyers in naval history to be armed with anti-ship cruise missiles. Out goes the aft 130mm gun turret, replaced by the massive rail-launched Strela missile, known to NATO as the SSN-1 Scrubber. This introduces a revolutionary doctrine, engaging enemy warships from far beyond the horizon, long before defensive guns can fire. Though the early Strela missile is subsonic, the Kildin class represents a terrifying proof of concept. All 4 ships are later upgraded to the Project 57A configuration, carrying the deadly P-15 Termit or SSN-2 Styx missile. In 1967, the world watches in shock as Styx missiles sink the Israeli destroyer Eilat from 15 kilometers away. The strike sends shockwaves through Western navies, forcing an urgent reassessment of surface ship vulnerability. 4 converted Soviet destroyers had completely rewritten the manual on modern naval warfare, proving to the world that the terrifying age of the guided missile had arrived. The era of traditional gun battles was officially dead. 1962 marks a staggering technological milestone that catches Western intelligence completely off guard. The Soviet Navy commissions the Project 61 Kashin class, the world's first major warships, powered entirely by gas turbines, utilizing a revolutionary combined gas turbine. And gas turbine, or COGAG arrangement, 4 massive M3 turbines unleash 96,000 shaft horsepower. This propels the sleek ships to a blistering 38 knots. More importantly, it slashes cold start readiness from agonizing hours to less than 10 minutes, fundamentally transforming Soviet naval response times. Western navies would not match this propulsion milestone for over a decade. Designated as large anti-submarine ships, the 20 Kashins are formidable multi-mission platforms, packing twin Volna surface-to-air missiles, torpedoes, and RBU 6000 anti-submarine rocket launchers. But pushing the boundaries of technology brings danger. In 1974, a catastrophic missile fuel explosion rips through the Otvazhny in the Black Sea, igniting her magazine and claiming 24 lives in a tightly classified disaster. Yet, the design proves highly successful, leading to the export of 5 heavily modified units to India as the Rajput-class, which see intense combat action and solidify gas turbine propulsion as the definitive global standard for modern, high-performance warships in the 20th century. The shocking destruction of the Israeli destroyer Eilat in 1967 reverberates deeply within the Kremlin. The lesson is undeniable. Every destroyer in the Soviet inventory must possess anti-ship missiles, regardless of its primary role. To realize this vision without building new hulls from scratch, naval leadership orders the conversion of 8 Kashin-class vessels, creating the Project 61M and 61MP modified Kashin. Operating between 1973 and 1977, engineers exploit a unique design advantage. Because the original ship's gas turbines left the afterdeck free of bulky steam plant piping, there is ample space for a dramatic weapons retrofit. Workers install a devastating and heavy quadruple P-15M Termit anti-ship missile launcher aft, giving these vessels a terrifying anti-surface punch. To counter the rising threat of low-altitude sea-skimming missiles, an OSA-M close-in missile system is integrated amidships, covering the defensive gaps of the older Volna systems. This lethal conversion successfully transforms the Kashin into a true multi-mission threat. Deploying aggressively across the vast expanses of the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, these heavily armed ships present a constantly visible and dangerous challenge to Western naval intelligence, establishing the definitive multi-mission template that would define the next generation of Soviet surface combatants. As the Cold War reaches its final tense decade, the Soviet Navy unleashes a warship engineered with a singular, terrifying objective: the destruction of American aircraft carriers. This is the Project 956 Sovremeny class. Commissioned starting in 1980, this 7,000-ton Leviathan is built entirely around 8 P-270 Moskit anti-ship cruise missiles, known to NATO as the SSN-22 Sunburn. Skimming the waves at a blistering Mach 2.5, the Sunburn gives target vessels less than 30 seconds of warning from radar detection to catastrophic impact. An onslaught designed to completely saturate and overwhelm Aegis defenses. Curiously, the Sovremeny rejects the gas turbine trend, utilizing heavy steam turbines instead. This choice provides the massive electrical power required by the Moskit's targeting systems and handles extreme operating temperatures. Between 1999 and 2006, China purchases 4 of these formidable ships to directly counter potential American intervention in a Taiwan Strait conflict. For Chinese naval strategists, the Sunburn missile completely alters the strategic balance of power. Coordinated with naval aviation, a single Sovremeny can unleash a multi-directional, simultaneous supersonic strike specifically designed to keep American carrier battle groups at bay, transforming this late Cold War titan into a modern instrument of absolute strategic denial. To conquer the oceans, the Soviet Navy implements a brilliant, complementary tactical doctrine, pairing the surface-killing Sovremeny with a specialized submarine hunter. This lethal, silent service killer is the Project 1155 Udaloy 1 class. Commissioned between 1980 and 1991, 12 of these massive warships are meticulously built to dominate the hostile underwater battlefield. The Udaloy is designed around the powerful SS-N-14 Silex anti-submarine rocket, boasting a 45-kilometer range that allows it to crush enemy attack submarines long before they can close to launch torpedoes. Operating 2 K-27 Helix anti-submarine helicopters for extended long-range acoustic detection, and carrying 64 Kinjal short-range surface-to-air missiles in cutting-edge vertical launch cells for robust point defense. The Udaloy is a truly formidable floating fortress. In the high-stakes chess match of the late Cold War, Udaloy and Sovremeny pairs shadow American carrier groups across the Atlantic and Pacific. While the Sovremeny focuses its deadly sights on the carrier, the Udaloy hunts down the stealthy American submarines lurking below. Though several units remain active within Russia's Northern and Pacific fleets today, maintenance standards have severely degraded since the tragic collapse of the Soviet Union. This leaves these once proud apex submarine hunters operating as fading, aging sentinels of a bygone superpower era. January 1999. The Russian Navy commissions the Admiral Chabanenko, the sole completed vessel of the project, 1155.1 Udaloy II class. She represents both the technical apex of Soviet destroyer development and the single most devastating and consequential casualty of the Soviet Union's collapse. Originally, 3 of these 9,000-ton Titans were planned, but economic ruin and political chaos halted the program. The Udaloy II achieves what Soviet naval doctrine had long desired. It successfully merges the deadly anti-submarine warfare capabilities of the Udaloy I with the terrifying anti-ship firepower of the Sovremeny into a single, unified hull. Engineers packed this massive hull with 8 supersonic Moskit anti-ship cruise missiles, advanced SS-N-15 anti-submarine weapons, and a lethal, rapid-fire twin 130mm AK-130 main gun mount capable of cycling 40 rounds per minute to vastly outrange Western destroyer batteries. This formidable arsenal transformed the Chabanenko into an independent, multi-mission monster capable of threatening carrier battle groups while simultaneously hunting their submarine screens. Today, she remains operational in the Russian Northern Fleet, a lone, powerful ghost of a vanished empire. She stands as a striking reminder of what the Soviet Navy was actively building when the clock ran out, a testament to raw naval ambition starved by modern economic reality. Straddling the fractured line between 2 eras, the Project 11,540 New Strashmy class stands as a poignant symbol of post-Soviet naval decline. Designed as a highly capable multi-role frigate, the class was intended to replace older, deteriorating fleet elements, but instead became a monument to industrial collapse. Of the 4 planned ships, only 2 were ever completed. The lead vessel was commissioned in 1993, just a year after the Soviet dissolution. The second ship, Yaroslav Mudry, became a painful industrial tragedy, taking an agonizing 16 years to complete as shipyards starved for funding. Despite these crippling domestic struggles, the design itself is a masterpiece of compact, multi-role engineering. It incorporates lessons from the Sovremeny and Udaloy, packing a comprehensive anti-submarine suite featuring ox-yoke bow sonar and an oxtail variable depth towed array. Armed with SS-N-25 Switchblade anti-ship missiles and Kinjal SAMs, it provides credible firepower without extreme specialization. In the 2000s and 2010s, both ships sailed into the spotlight, conducting global anti-piracy operations in the dangerous waters of the Gulf of Aden. They triumphantly proved to watching Western eyes that while the surface fleet had shrunk dramatically, Russian naval ambition could still project lethal power across the world's oceans. Entering service in October 2018, the Project 22,350 Admiral Gorshkov-class represents the front line of the Russian surface fleet, carrying immense striking power within a compact hull. However, its painful 12-year journey from the laying of her keel to commissioning exposes the severe degradation of Russia's defense industrial base. The program suffered crippling delays after the 2014 geopolitical crisis, which abruptly cut off access to vital Ukrainian-sourced gearboxes, forcing a long and difficult transition to domestic development. Despite these severe industrial bottlenecks, the Gorshkov class packs a terrifying punch. It features an advanced 16-cell UKSK universal vertical launch system capable of firing caliber land attack cruise missiles, supersonic Onyx anti-ship missiles, and the newly announced unstoppable Zircon hypersonic cruise weapon. Since 2022, these warships have actively engaged in military operations within Ukraine, launching devastating precision-caliber cruise missile strikes against critical inland infrastructure from the relative safety of the Black Sea. This combat record proves that modern Russia retains the technical genius to build world-class warships. Yet, with only 4 advanced hulls in service by 2024, the harsh reality remains. These advanced frigates are highly capable individual platforms, but they lack the sheer numbers required to restore the legendary global blue water dominance of the vanished Soviet Navy. In the wake of World War II, Joseph Stalin faced a terrifying reality. The Soviet Navy was overwhelmingly inferior to Western maritime power. The response was swift and relentless. Project 613, known to NATO as the Whiskey class. Rocketing out of secret Soviet shipyards, these vessels were derived directly from captured blueprints of the legendary German Type 21 U-boat. Between 1951 and 1957, the Soviet Union launched an astounding 215 Whiskies, making it the most mass-produced submarine class in post-war history. At peak production, 4 shipyards operated simultaneously, delivering a brand new submarine every 9 days. While their actual combat record remained at 0, their intelligence footprint was massive. The class earned global notoriety on October 27, 1981, when the Whiskey-class boat U-137 suddenly ran aground deep inside Swedish territorial waters, right next to the highly sensitive Karlskrona naval base. Dubbed the Whiskey on the Rocks incident, it triggered an intense international standoff. Swedish investigators concluded the heavily armed intruder was actively conducting clandestine surveillance on their most critical defense installations. It proved that even as obsolete relics, these Cold War predators remained an enduring, dangerous threat to the Western alliance, completely defying their age and technological obsolescence. As the Cold War escalated, the Kremlin demanded a weapon capable of striking the American heartland from the sea. Enter Project 611, designated by NATO as the Zulu class. Between 1952 and 1957, 26 of these long-range, ocean-going attack submarines were constructed to project Soviet power across the globe. However, 5 specific Zulu 4 hulls were selected for a radical, history-making transformation into the Zulu 5 configuration. Equipped with two massive R-11FM ballistic missiles, these modified vessels became the world's very first operational ballistic missile submarines. On September 16, 1955, a full 2 years before the historic launch of Sputnik, a Zulu VAO successfully conducted the world's first submarine-launched ballistic missile test. Yet, this terrifying breakthrough masked a fatal vulnerability. The R-11FM missile possessed a meager range of just 150 kilometers and required a surface launch. Preparing the missile took 12 grueling hours. To fire, the submarine had to surface, remain completely stationary while fueling, and sit dangerously close to hostile shores. Against any modern Western coastal defense, deploying the Zulu was a literal suicide mission. Yet, it proved the concept, establishing the terrifying foundation for global naval nuclear deterrence. In October 1962, the world held its breath during the Cuban Missile Crisis, unaware that a single Soviet submarine was about to trigger World War III. Project 641, the Foxtrot-class, was a fleet of 75 long-range patrol submarines built between 1958 and 1971. Operating deep within the American naval quarantine line around Cuba, the Foxtrot-class boat B-59 was relentlessly hunted by U.S. destroyers dropping practice depth charges. Inside the sweltering, suffocating hull, communication with Moscow was completely cut off. Convinced that global nuclear war had already erupted, the exhausted Captain Valentin Savitsky made a fateful choice. He ordered the ship's T-5 nuclear torpedo, armed with a devastating 15-kiloton warhead, to be prepared for immediate launch. Soviet protocol dictated that 3 senior officers on board had to unanimously approve the launch. 2 gave their consent. The third, Flotilla Commander Vasily Arkhipov, steadfastly refused, enduring intense pressure from his peers. Arkhipov's solitary defiance prevailed. B-59 surfaced, the nuclear weapon remained secure, and humanity narrowly escaped a thermonuclear holocaust. His courageous refusal stands as arguably the most consequential, life-saving individual act of the entire Cold War. While some submarines are remembered for their frontline combat operations, Project 633, known to NATO as the Romeo-class, reshaped global geopolitics through an unprecedented technology transfer. Built between 1958 and 1961, only 21 Romeos were commissioned into the Soviet Navy. Instead, their true historical legacy lies in the massive sharing of complete design blueprints and manufacturing documentation with the People's Republic of China. This critical defense partnership, spanning from 1957 to 1960, ground to a sudden, screeching halt when Premier Nikita Khrushchev abruptly withdrew all Soviet military and technical advisors due to deep ideological rifts. Left completely on their own, determined Chinese engineers reverse-engineered the absorbed knowledge and tooling. They successfully mass-produced the modified Type 033 class, which rapidly became the absolute backbone of the People's Liberation Army Navy's submarine fleet for more than 3 decades. The Kremlin's fateful decision to initially export this critical technology, followed by the sudden withdrawal of support, ultimately forced China to develop a self-sustaining domestic defense industry. This single geopolitical pivot shaped the trajectory of Chinese naval development more than any other external event in modern history, permanently rewriting the balance of Asian power. As nuclear propulsion came to dominate the depths, the Soviet Navy refused to abandon conventional diesel technology, perfecting it to create a silent, lethal stalker. Project 641B, the Tango class, was a fleet of 18 long-endurance patrol submarines constructed between 1973 and 1982. At the time of its introduction, the Tango was the largest conventional diesel-electric submarine in active service anywhere on Earth. This massive hull was specifically engineered to accommodate a significantly expanded internal battery installation, granting the vessel truly exceptional submerged endurance for a non-nuclear craft. Furthermore, the Tango was packed with heavy firepower. Its specialized 650mm torpedo tubes were designed to deploy the lethal Type 65 wake-homing torpedo. This advanced weapon could detect and relentlessly track the turbulent cavitation wake left by Western surface warships at extreme ranges of up to 50 kilometers. Serving with distinction throughout the final 2 tense decades of the Cold War, Tangos patrolled vital choke points for the Northern and Black Sea fleets. Their incredible reliability and heavy weapon capabilities allowed them to maintain frontline operational relevance within the Russian Navy well into the early 2000s. The dawn of the Soviet nuclear navy was forged in a reckless race for technological supremacy, where human lives were traded for speed. Project 627, designated by NATO as the November class, represented the Soviet Union's first ever nuclear-powered attack submarines, with 13 hulls constructed between 1958 and 1963. While these vessels proved that Soviet engineers could successfully harness atomic energy for under-ice propulsion, they also exposed a horrific disregard for human safety. In the rush to beat the Americans, the critical reactor shielding was severely compromised. Crews operating these early reactors were exposed to terrifying levels of raw radiation that far exceeded any permissible safety limits. Unsuspecting sailors accumulated lethal lifetime radiation doses in mere months rather than years. The hidden dangers of the November class tragically manifested on April 12, 1970, when the submarine K-8 suffered a catastrophic dual reactor fire and severe flooding while navigating the turbulent waters of the Bay of Biscay. The vessel foundered and sank into the abyss, claiming the lives of 52 crew members. It marked the first official loss of a Soviet nuclear submarine at sea. In the high-stakes arena of strategic nuclear deterrence, the Soviet Union introduced Project 658, the Hotel class. Built between 1959 and 1962, these 8 vessels were the Kremlin's very first nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines. However, the history of this class is forever bound to its most infamous hull, the ill-fated K-19. On July 4, 1961, while operating deep in the North Atlantic, K-19's primary reactor coolant circuit suffered a catastrophic rupture. With a total nuclear core meltdown imminent, Captain Nikolai Zateyev ordered a desperate, jury-rigged repair. An extraordinary team of 8 machinist mates volunteered to enter the heavily irradiated reactor compartment without any protective suits. Working in a lethal mist, they successfully welded a temporary cooling line, saving the ship at the ultimate cost of their lives. All 8 died agonizing deaths within weeks. The cursed reputation of the vessel only deepened over time. K-19 would later suffer 2 more devastating operational accidents in 1969 and 1972, claiming even more crew members. The Hotel class became the ultimate grim symbol of the foundational sacrifices and mechanical failures that haunted the early Soviet nuclear fleet. To counter the overwhelming power of the United States Navy, the Soviet Union designed a specialized class of naval predators engineered specifically to hunt and destroy American aircraft carrier battle groups. Project 6, 59 and 675, known to Western intelligence as the Echo 1 and Echo 2 classes, saw 34 hulls constructed between 1961 and 1968. These massive nuclear-powered, guided missile submarines were built entirely around an aggressive offensive capability, carrying heavy anti-ship missiles. According to records, these P-700 cruise missiles could fly at a blistering Mach 2.5 over distances reaching up to 500 kilometers. However, the Echo class suffered from an embarrassingly visible and tactically dangerous operational limitation. To launch its payload, the submarine was forced to surface and remain completely stationary throughout the lengthy launch sequence. A surfaced submarine was an incredibly vulnerable target for American anti-submarine forces. To overcome this critical flaw, Soviet naval doctrine relied on overwhelming brute force rather than stealth. They planned coordinated, mass saturation attacks, utilizing multiple Echo submarines simultaneously, aiming to flood Western defensive screens with an unstoppable barrage of high-speed missiles before they could be picked off. Not every submarine leaves its mark through active combat. Some reshape history through the enduring mysteries of their destruction. Project 629, known to NATO as the Golf-class, consisted of 23 diesel-electric ballistic missile submarines built between 1959 and 1962. The class achieved its most profound geopolitical impact not through operational success, but through a catastrophic loss. On March 8, 1968, the Golf-class submarine K-129 mysteriously foundered and sank into the crushing depths of the Pacific Ocean, taking all 98 crew members down with her. Recognizing an unprecedented intelligence goldmine, the CIA launched a highly classified, multi-million-dollar salvage operation codenamed Project Azorian. Utilizing a specially constructed deep-sea recovery vessel named the Glomar Explorer, the United States attempted to secretly raise the entire sunken hull from the ocean floor in 1974. Ultimately, the daring covert operation succeeded in recovering approximately one-third of K-129's forward section. This retrieved portion contained vital Soviet codebooks, the forward torpedo room housing 2 nuclear-armed torpedoes, and the physical remains of 6 Soviet sailors. The recovered crewmen were respectfully given a formal military burial at sea, closing a dramatic chapter of Cold War espionage. By the late 1960s, the underwater arms race reached a terrifying new equilibrium. Project 667A, designated by NATO as the Yankee class, provided the Soviet Union with its very first genuine modern at-sea nuclear deterrent deployed in numbers large enough to be operationally credible. Between 1967 and 1974, a total of 34 Yankee 1 and 8 Yankee 2 submarines were commissioned into active service. These sleek nuclear vessels routinely conducted aggressive patrols in the Atlantic Ocean, creeping as close as 500 miles from the American eastern seaboard. From these forward positions, their ballistic missiles could strike Washington, D.C. in less than 10 minutes, leaving virtually zero time for a response. But operating under such extreme pressure carried immense risk. On October 3, 1986, the Yankee-class submarine K-219 suffered a catastrophic missile tube explosion and subsequent toxic fire approximately 480 miles northeast of Bermuda. Despite the crew's heroic efforts to stabilize the reactor, the crippled vessel sank into the abyss on October 6th. This international crisis unfolded just 2 weeks before the high-stakes Reykjavik summit between Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev, casting a dark shadow over global peace talks. The evolution of the Soviet strategic fleet reached its apex with the deployment of the Delta-class, a series of 43 submarines spanning 4 distinct variants built between 1972 and 1992. This massive program fundamentally rewrote the mathematical equations of Cold War nuclear deterrence. Soviet engineers achieved a critical breakthrough by equipping these vessels with long-range, intercontinental ballistic missiles. This meant Delta submarines no longer needed to cross dangerous Atlantic choke points to reach their launch zones. Instead, they could remain safely stationed within home waters or hide deep beneath the impenetrable Arctic ice pack. In these bastions, American anti-submarine warfare assets could not effectively track or engage them, yet the Delta's missiles could easily strike targets across the entire continental United States. The destructive scale of these bastions remains staggering. A single Delta IV submarine at sea carries 16 missiles packed with up to 160 independently targetable nuclear warheads, capable of annihilating 160 separate cities. The enduring engineering of this Cold War design is proven by its longevity. 5 modernized Delta IV submarines still remain fully active frontline assets within the modern Russian Navy today, preserving a terrifying second strike capability. To hunt Western ballistic missile submarines and protect their own bastions, the Soviet Navy developed the workhorse of their attack fleet, Project 671, the Victor-class. Produced across 3 increasingly sophisticated variants between 1967 and 1992, 49 of these nuclear-powered attack submarines were unleashed into the world's oceans. The appearance of the final variant, the Victor III, shocked Western intelligence agencies and turned into a major international scandal. Western analysts discovered that the Soviet Union had covertly obtained advanced, highly restricted milling machine technology from Toshiba and Kongsberg. This illicit machinery allowed Soviet shipyards to achieve precision machining of propeller blades, drastically reducing the acoustic signature of their hulls. The Victor III was far quieter than anyone in the West had predicted, instantly threatening American underwater acoustic superiority. In response, the United States was forced to commit approximately $1 billion in urgent torpedo development to counter this silent threat. Furthermore, the Victor III featured a distinctive hydrodynamic pod on its tail fin housing a towed sonar array. This gave the class an advanced passive detection capability against quiet Western submarines that previous Soviet attack designs had completely lacked. The tactical vulnerability of early cruise missile submarines forced Soviet engineers to pioneer a revolutionary leap in underwater warfare. Project 670, known as the Charlie I and II classes, consisted of 17 submarines built between 1968 and 1980. This innovative design finally solved the fatal flaw that made the older Echo class operationally suicidal: the requirement to surface before launching missiles. The Charlie class was equipped with the P-70 Amethyst anti-ship missile, which could be fired directly from angled launch tubes while the vessel remained completely submerged. While an Echo-class boat attempting an attack became a glaring, stationary radar target for 15 minutes. A Charlie-class submarine could unleash its deadly salvo from a submerged depth at a range of 65 kilometers. At this distance, the attacking vessel was virtually undetectable to Western strike groups, identifiable only by active sonar at extremely close range. This highly effective stealth platform also served as an instrument of global geopolitics. From 1988 to 1991, the Soviet Union leased a Charlie-class submarine to the Indian Navy, where it was commissioned as the INS Chakra, initiating a long tradition of strategic submarine diplomacy between Moscow and New Delhi. In the annals of Cold War naval engineering, no vessel challenged Western maritime supremacy, quite like Project 705, the legendary Alpha class. Built between 1971 and 1981, these 7 revolutionary nuclear-powered attack submarines represented Soviet engineering pushed to its absolute radical extreme. Constructed with a lightweight, ultra-strong titanium hull, the Alpha could achieve an astonishing diving depth exceeding 700 meters. By heavily automating the reactor and steering systems, engineers reduced the necessary crew to just 32 officers. Most terrifying of all was its speed. The Alpha could exceed 41 knots submerged, making it faster than any standard torpedo in the United States inventory. Shocked American naval planners initially classified the Alpha as a lethal threat without an existing countermeasure. To eliminate this underwater interceptor, the US Pentagon poured roughly $1 billion into developing the high-speed AD-cap torpedo program specifically to catch the elusive Soviet craft. Ultimately, the Alpha's radical technology proved to be its undoing. The complex liquid metal-cooled reactors were notoriously difficult and expensive to maintain in active service. By 1990, all 7 were decommissioned, proving that while the Alpha achieved the impossible, it was simply not operationally sustainable. At the height of the Cold War arms race, the Soviet Union unleashed the ultimate symbol of maritime dread, Project 941, the Typhoon class. Displacing an incredible 48,000 tons when fully loaded, these 6 Leviathans built between 1981 and 1989 remain the largest submarines ever constructed in human history. The Typhoon was specifically engineered to survive a nuclear war and guarantee a devastating second strike retaliation. Its massive, unique double-hulled construction was so heavily armored that Western intelligence calculated it would take at least 2 direct nuclear torpedo hits to reliably destroy a single vessel. Each Typhoon was packed with apocalyptic firepower, carrying 20 R-39 ballistic missiles. With each missile armed with 10 independently targetable warheads, a single submarine controlled 200 nuclear weapons capable of annihilating 200 separate targets. Collectively, the 6 Typhoons deployed 1,200 warheads, a strategic arsenal the United States could never guarantee it could eliminate in a preemptive first strike. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, 5 of these giants were decommissioned due to extreme costs. However, the lead ship, TK-208, was modified to test the modern Bulava missile, famously outlasting the very superpower it was built to defend. Designed to be the ultimate executioner of Western naval power, Project 949 and 949A, the Oscar class, represented the pinnacle of Soviet anti-carrier doctrine. Between 1980 and 1996, 2 Oscar I and 11 expanded Oscar II submarines were constructed. Each of these massive guided missile vessels was armed with 24 devastating P-700 Granite cruise missiles, flying at a blistering Mach 2.5. Over distances exceeding 550 kilometers, these intelligent missiles could communicate with one another mid-flight, coordinating their targeting to intentionally prioritize the primary aircraft carrier over its surrounding defensive escorts. However, the terrifying legacy of the Oscar class is forever defined by a peacetime tragedy. On August 12, 2000, the Oscar II submarine K-141 Kursk suffered a catastrophic internal torpedo explosion and sank to the bottom of the Barents Sea. In the pitch-black aftermath, 23 sailors managed to survive in the sealed aft compartment for several agonizing hours. Despite immediate, urgent offers of advanced deep-sea rescue assistance from Norway and Great Britain, proud Russian officials refused international help for 5 critical days. When international divers finally opened the escape hatch on August 21st, all 23 survivors had tragically suffocated. In their relentless pursuit of deep-diving, invulnerable warships, Soviet naval designers occasionally fell victim to their own engineering ambitions. Project 945, known to NATO as the Sierra-class, repeated the fundamental mistakes of the earlier Alpha-class, but on a significantly larger scale. Built between 1984 and 1993, the Sierra program consisted of 2 Sierra-1 and 2 Sierra-2 nuclear-powered attack submarines. Like the Alpha, the Sierra-class featured an advanced hull constructed entirely out of specialized titanium alloy. This high-tech metallurgy granted the submarines unparalleled structural strength, allowing them to safely operate at extreme diving depths ranging between 550 and 750 meters. Yet, these exceptional capabilities came at an astronomical financial burden. The complex fabrication and welding of titanium proved to be incredibly difficult, costing approximately 3 to 4 times more than equivalent steel-hulled submarine construction. This staggering price tag severely restricted production, limiting the fleet to just 4 completed vessels. Ultimately, the Sierra-class stood as a brilliant engineering triumph that was completely crippled by economic reality, failing to achieve the production numbers required to possess any real operational significance during the Cold War. For decades, the United States Navy maintained a comfortable, decisive advantage in underwater warfare through a single factor: stealth. That dominance evaporated with the arrival of Project 971, the Akula class. Built between 1984 and 2001, these 15 hulls represented the most capable and deadly nuclear-powered attack submarines ever produced by the Soviet Union. The Akula completely shocked Western intelligence, forcing American acoustic analysts to drastically revise their long-held estimates regarding the submarine noise gap. Soviet designers achieved this acoustic breakthrough by implementing a revolutionary new reactor design, comprehensive internal shock-absorbing damping mounts, and a highly advanced propulsion system utilizing precisely machined 7-bladed screw propellers. During simulated combat exercises, American submarine crews trained against recorded Akula acoustic signatures reported a terrifying reality. Their effective engagement envelopes were significantly smaller than those they enjoyed against older Victor III vessels. The Soviet Union had successfully closed the historical acoustic gap, transforming an overwhelming Western advantage into a highly competitive and dangerous underwater stalemate. Proving the enduring effectiveness of this design, several modernized Akula-class attack submarines continue to operate as formidable frontline assets within the Russian Navy today. While nuclear giants grabbed headlines, a quiet conventional predator became one of the most successful submarine designs in naval history. Project 8, 77 and 636, known to NATO as the Kirov-class, has seen over 50 hulls constructed for the Soviet and Russian navies since 1982, alongside extensive international exports. The Kilo earned its legendary Western nickname, the Black Hole, due to an incredibly low passive acoustic signature that made it the quietest diesel-electric submarine in active service upon its introduction. Decades after its Cold War debut, the class proved its lethal adaptability in modern warfare. In 2022, Russian Navy Kilo-class submarines stationed in the Black Sea launched high-precision caliber cruise missiles at land targets across Ukraine. This marked the historic first combat use of submarine-launched cruise missiles within the Black Sea theatre, demonstrating how a 1982-era hull had transitioned into a long-range, strategic strike platform. The remarkable longevity and commercial success of the Kilo-class deliver a profound lesson in naval engineering. A sound, reliable, fundamental design, subjected to continuous technological improvement, is operationally far more valuable than radical, temperamental concepts that cannot be easily maintained or mass-produced. In December 1983, the Soviet Navy commissioned a vessel designed to rule the ultimate depths of the ocean, K-278 Komsomolets, the sole member of the Project 685 Mike class. Constructed with a specialized titanium hull, it became the deepest diving combat submarine in human history, capable of descending well below 1,000 meters. At this extreme depth, the Komsomolets was completely invulnerable, operating safely beyond the crush depth of every torpedo in the American inventory, far below conventional depth charges, and beneath the thermal layers where Western anti-submarine sensors could maintain consistent contact. Yet, this underwater fortress possessed a fatal vulnerability within. On April 7, 1989, while patrolling the Norwegian Sea, a catastrophic electrical fire erupted in the submarine's 7th compartment. The blaze spread uncontrollably, and at 17:08, the pride of the Soviet Deep Fleet foundered and sank, claiming the lives of 42 crew members. Today, the wreck of the Komsomolets lies resting at a depth of 1,686 meters. Trapped within her flooded torpedo tubes are 2 nuclear-armed torpedoes. The deepest diving submarine ever built remains an inaccessible, unrecoverable, and permanent radioactive contamination source, resting silently on the ocean floor. The Imperial Russian Navy laid them down between 1913 and 1916. Revolution prevented completion. 3 Svetlana-class light cruiser hulls sat immobile on their slipways through civil war, foreign intervention, and Bolshevik consolidation. Soviet engineers inherited hulls designed for a state that no longer existed. Chervona Ukraina, commissioned in 1927. Krasny Krim and Profintern followed in 1928. Standard displacement, approximately 7,600 tons. Length, 169 meters. Maximum speed, 29 knots. Armament settled at 15 130mm guns across 7 mounts. Formidable broadside, catastrophically weak anti-aircraft coverage, fire control dated to imperial specifications, patched rather than replaced. Crew complement, 852. All 3 deployed to the Black Sea Fleet, where restricted geography partly masked their limitations. German air power in 1941 exposed them completely. Chervona Ukraina was struck by Heinkel her 111 bombers at Sevastopol on November 13, 1941, capsizing within hours. Profintern, renamed Comintern in 1930, survived by conversion to a transport hulk before the air threat fully materialized. Krasny Krim earned the Guard's designation through 49 combat operations. 3 inherited hulls, 3 different outcomes, all confirming that a navy cannot be built retroactively from another state's strategic ambitions. The lesson cost 1 of 3 ships and informed every Soviet cruiser design that followed. She was laid down in 1913 under the Imperial Navy's Admiral Nakhimov program, intended to carry 356mm guns in a cruiser hull. That program died with the Tsar. Soviet authorities acquired the hull in 1926 and tasked the Central Design Bureau with completing it under radically different specifications. Standard displacement reached 8,030 tons. Length, 169.5 meters. 4 180mm guns in twin turrets replaced the original artillery scheme entirely. Maximum speed, 29.5 knots on trials. Her 16 100mm anti-aircraft guns represented a deliberate improvement over the Svetlana conversions, still insufficient for 1941 conditions. The twin 180mm turrets introduced Soviet engineers to the mechanical demands of heavy-caliber cruiser armament. Reliability proved problematic throughout her service life, with guns requiring extraordinary maintenance intervals and delivering inconsistent accuracy under operational stress. During the Black Sea campaign of 1941 through 1942, Krasny Kavkaz participated in the defense of Odessa and Kerch amphibious operations. A German bomb struck her in January 1942. She survived, earned the Guard's designation, and was stricken in 1947. She served as a target ship before being scrapped in 1952. Her 180mm twin turret configuration directly informed the Project 26 design philosophy, demonstrating what was mechanically achievable and precisely where the limits lay. 2 ships, 1 fundamental compromise. Kirov and Voroshilov were the Soviet Navy's first purpose-built cruisers, and they were Italian in everything except their flags. In 1932, Soviet authorities purchased design assistance from Ansaldo of Genoa, deriving Project 26 from the Raimondo Montecuccoli light cruiser baseline. Soviet engineers modified the superstructure and armament arrangement, but Ansaldo's lineage remained unmistakable. Kirov commissioned in September 1938. Voroshilov followed in June 1940. Standard displacement, 9,436 tons. Length, 191.3 meters, 9 180mm/57 guns in 3 triple turrets. Maximum range, 37,800 meters. Trial speed, 35.9 knots. Exceptional for her displacement. Anti-aircraft defense, 6 100mm guns. Theoretically adequate, operationally insufficient. Kirov survived the siege of Leningrad, operating from Kronstadt throughout the 900-day blockade and providing artillery support to Soviet ground forces. She absorbed multiple bomb strikes and a mine detonation without sinking. The triple 180mm turrets experienced persistent mechanical failures throughout both ships' careers, a predictable consequence of packing maximum caliber into minimum weight mountings. Voroshilov served in the Black Sea Fleet without catastrophic damage. Both were stricken in the late 1950s, replaced by the Sverdlov-class. Project 26 demonstrated the cost of building from borrowed templates, acceptable performance, acceptable cost, and no organic capacity to exceed the baseline the Italians had already established. More of the same, meaningfully better. Project Hung 26 bis was the Soviet Navy's incremental refinement of Project 26, same Ansaldo-derived hull, same triple 180mm turret arrangement, genuine improvements in fire control and secondary battery. 4 ships completed: Maxim Gorky in 1940, Molotov in 1941, Kaganovich in 1943, and Kalinin in 1944. Standard displacement 9,728 tons. Length 191.3 meters. 9 180mm/57 guns in 3 triple turrets, unchanged from Project 26. Anti-aircraft battery expanded to 8 100mm guns in twin mountings, a direct response to Spanish Civil War documentation by Soviet advisors observing air attacks against surface ships. Improved fire control for the anti-aircraft battery was fitted as standard. Maxim Gorky was mined in the Gulf of Finland on June 23, 1941, 2 days into the German invasion, losing her bow forward of the first turret. Soviet shipyards fitted a temporary bow within weeks and returned her to action. Molotov was torpedoed by an Italian MAS boat in the Black Sea in August 1942, losing her stern. She was repaired and returned to service. No Project 26 bis ship was lost to enemy action. All 4 were stricken between 1956 and 1959 as the Sverdlov-class entered service. Their combat record was not one of decisive engagement, it was one of institutional durability. In a war of attrition fought on Soviet terms, surviving was the first prerequisite for everything else. Planned before the war, delayed by it, completed a decade late. The Project 68 K Chapayev-class cruisers were laid down between 1939 and 1941. 5 ships, designed around a substantial increase in firepower over Project 26 BS. German invasion halted construction entirely. Work resumed after 1945, using degraded materials and a depleted workforce. 5 ships commissioned: Chapayev, Zheleznyakov, Koibyshev, Frunze, and Ordzhonikidze, the last entering service in 1950. Standard displacement 11,300 tons. Length 201.9 meters. 12 152mm guns in 4 triple turrets. 8 100mm anti-aircraft guns in twin mountings. Maximum speed 33 knots. The shift from 180mm to 152mm caliber was a deliberate doctrinal decision, sacrificing shell weight for rate of fire and mechanical reliability. Soviet engineers had concluded that 180mm triple turrets were operationally unsustainable. The 152mm triple turret derived from land artillery programs proved significantly more dependable under service conditions. None of the 5 ships were tested in combat. Commissioned into the post-war Navy, they served as fleet training and prestige vessels. By the mid-1950s, Soviet naval doctrine was pivoting toward missile-armed combatants. The Chapayev-class was obsolete before the decade ended. All 5 were stricken between 1959 and 1965, ships built for a war already concluded, commissioned into an era that had already moved past them. The largest class of conventional cruisers completed by any nation after 1945, 14 ships commissioned between 1952 and 1955. 10 additional hulls were cancelled on their slipways after Stalin's death in 1953. Khrushchev, dismissive of surface warships, terminated the program without ceremony. Standard displacement 13,600 tons. Length 210 meters. 4 triple 152 mm turrets, 12 guns, maximum range 30,500 meters. 12 100 mm anti-aircraft guns in 6 twin mountings. Maximum speed 32.7 knots. Twin-shaft steam turbines producing 110,000 shaft horsepower. The Sverdlov's appearance at Britain's 1953 Spithead Coronation Review alarmed Western naval analysts, a modern, capable cruiser where they had expected nothing. 3 notable conversions define the class's legacy. Dzerzhinsky was rebuilt in 1961 to carry a twin SAN-2 surface-to-air missile launcher in place of her rear 152mm turret, the Soviet Navy's first guided missile cruiser experiment. The system proved operationally marginal. The conversion was not repeated. Admiral Senyavin and Zhdanov were rebuilt as command cruisers under Project 68U in the early 1970s. The surviving fleet was stricken progressively from the late 1980s through 1993. The Sverdlov-class was the Soviet Union's last commitment to conventional gun cruiser doctrine, ships that represented strategic tradition at the precise moment strategic doctrine was being rewritten around the missile. They were not obsolete when they commissioned. They became so before their crews had time to grow old. Stalin wanted battleships. The Soviet Navy attempted battlecruisers. Project 82, the Stalingrad class, was the most ambitious Soviet surface warship program of the post-war decade and the most costly failure. 3 hulls were laid down. Stalingrad at Nikolaev in 1951, Moskva at Molotovsk in 1952, and a 3rd hull designated Arkhangelsk at the same yard shortly after. Standard displacement 36,500 tons, length 273.6 meters, 9 305mm guns in 3 triple turrets, the heaviest gun battery on any Soviet warship, 12 130mm secondary guns in twin mountings, 24 45mm anti-aircraft guns, design speed 33.5 knots. The design philosophy was a direct reversion to pre-missile heavy gun doctrine, the precise doctrine Western navies were simultaneously and publicly abandoning. Stalin's death on March 5, 1953, ended the program within weeks. Khrushchev ordered all 3 hulls scrapped on their slipways. No ship of the class was ever launched. The decision was simultaneously correct and institutionally brutal. Correct because the 305mm cruiser had no plausible role in the emerging missile age. Brutal because approximately 48,000 tons of completed structural steel was destroyed without ever floating. Project 82 stands as the Soviet Navy's most expensive cancellation and its most instructive demonstration of what happens when shipbuilding doctrine lags the strategic environment by a full generation. The gun cruiser died. The missile cruiser was born. Project 58 was the Soviet Union's first purpose-built guided missile cruiser, a design so focused on anti-ship missile delivery that every other system was subordinated to it. 4 ships entered service. Grozny in 1962, Admiral Fokin in 1963, Admiral Golovko in 1964, and Varyag in 1965. Standard displacement 5,600 tons. Length 142.3 meters. Primary armament 8 P-35. Progress anti-ship missiles in 4 twin launchers, with 8 reloads stowed within the launchers themselves. The P-35 delivered a maximum range of 460 kilometers at Mach 1.3, carrying a 1,000-kilogram warhead, nuclear or conventional. One SAN-1 Goa twin rail launcher provided air defense. 2 twin 76.2 mm guns covered close-range threats, maximum speed 34.5 knots. The Kirov-class embodied a fundamental doctrinal shift. Soviet surface combatants were no longer gun platforms, they were missile carriers. The trade-off was significant. At sea, P-35 launcher reloads were operationally impossible, meaning each ship had effectively 1 engagement per sortie, 16 missiles against an American carrier battle group. The Soviet naval staff understood the inadequacy. The Kirov-class was simultaneously a genuine capability leap and a demonstration of the resource constraints that would force Soviet designers to revisit the same structural problems repeatedly. All 4 ships were decommissioned by 1994, replaced by systems that addressed, but never fully solved, the reload problem they could not. The Soviet Navy needed to kill ballistic missile submarines, specifically American Polaris boats, capable of striking Soviet cities from positions Soviet forces could not reliably locate. Project 1123 was the institutional answer, anti-submarine helicopter carriers classified as cruisers because Soviet doctrine had no other category. 2 ships completed, Moskva in 1967 and Leningrad in 1969, standard displacement 14,500 tons, length 189.9 meters. The forward hull carried a conventional cruiser armament, 1 twin SAN-3 Goblet SAM launcher, 2 twin 57mm guns, and an RPK 1 Vika anti-submarine rocket system. The rear 2/3 of the ship was a flight deck accommodating 14 Ka-25 Hormone anti-submarine helicopters. Maximum speed 29 knots. The K-25 deployed sonobuoys, dipping sonar, and ASW torpedoes, providing theoretical hunter-killer capability against Polaris submarines in the Mediterranean. In practice, the design failed at its conceptual foundation. The flight deck was too small for sustained operations in North Atlantic sea states. 14 helicopters were insufficient to prosecute a competent adversary submarine before it relocated. A planned 3rd ship was cancelled before her keel was laid. Both Moskva and Leningrad remained in service until the early 1990s as training vessels. The class proved what it was designed to disprove. No cruiser-sized hull could carry enough helicopters to solve a strategic-scale submarine detection problem. The Soviet Navy paid the tuition fee twice before building the Kirov-class carriers that followed. 4 ships, 3 roles attempted, 1 coherent mission never achieved. Project 1134 was designed as a kinder successor, a larger, more capable anti-ship missile cruiser. By the time the first ship entered service, Soviet naval doctrine had shifted decisively toward anti-submarine warfare. The Kresta-1 class existed in the gap between 2 doctrines. Ships, Vladivostok in 1967, Vice-Admiral Drozd in 1968, Sevastopol and Admiral Zozulia, both in 1969. Standard displacement, 7,600 tons. Length, 158.4 meters. Maximum speed, 33.5 knots. Primary armament, 4 P-35 anti-ship missile launchers, reduced from the Kinder's 8 to accommodate improved air defense. 2 twin SAN-1 Goa launchers replaced the single Kinder system. two twin 57mm guns. Anti-submarine capability was added through two 12-barrel RBU 6000 rocket launchers and two quintuple torpedo tubes, adequate in isolation, not optimized in context. The result was a ship that could execute several functions and master none. Anti-ship performance was inferior to the Kirov-class. ASW performance was inferior to what would follow. The design ran to exactly 4 hulls before the Cresta II superseded it. All 4 were decommissioned by the late 1990s. Project 1134 is best understood as the ship that forced Soviet designers to make a doctrinal choice they had been deferring for a decade, and the choice, definitively, was anti-submarine warfare above all else. The choice was made: anti-submarine warfare exclusively. Project 1134A discarded the Cresta I's anti-ship missile battery entirely, rebuilding the design around the SS-N-14 Silex ASW missile, capable of delivering a nuclear depth charge or homing torpedo to a contact at 50 kilometers range. 10 ships completed between 1969 and 1977. Admiral Izakov, Admiral Nakimov, Admiral Makarov, Marshal Voroshilov, Admiral Oktyabrski, Admiral Izachenkov, Marshal Timoshenko, Vasily Chapayev, Admiral Yumashev, and Marshal Shaposhnikov. Standard displacement 7,700 tons, length 159 meters, maximum speed 34 knots. SS-N-14 occupied 2 quadruple mounts where the P-35 launchers had been. 2 twin SAN-3 goblet launchers handled area air defense. A Kal-25 helicopter extended the sonar search perimeter. Bow-mounted MG-332 Titan II sonar and a variable depth system provided the detection baseline. The Cresta II represented genuine doctrinal commitment. 10 hulls optimized for one primary mission. Whether that mission was fully achievable was a separate question. Soviet ASW tactics were built on mass saturation rather than precision, an acknowledgement of sensor limitations rather than confidence in terminal accuracy. All 10 were decommissioned between 1991 and 2003. They served long enough to confirm the underlying strategic anxiety. Detecting a Polaris submarine in open ocean before it launched was never a solved problem. 10 Cresta IIs did not solve it. Bigger, faster, still constrained by the same unresolved detection problem. Project 1134B was the Soviet Navy's final conventionally powered anti-submarine cruiser, an enlarged Cresta II with gas turbine propulsion and an extensively upgraded weapons suite. 7 ships completed between 1973 and 1980: Nikolaev, Ochakov, Kerch, Azov, Petropavlovsk, Tashkent, and Tallinn. Standard displacement 9,900 tons. Length 173.4 meters. Maximum speed 32 knots. The shift from steam to combined gas turbine propulsion was operationally significant. Cold start time dropped from hours to minutes, enabling rapid response from harbour standby. Armament SS-N-14 in 2 quadruple mounts, twin SA-N-3 goblet, SA-N-4, Gecko in retractable twin launchers, 2 Ka-25 helicopters, and RPK-2 Vyuga rockets for short-range engagements. The Azov received a critical modification in 1977, her aft SAN-3 mount, replaced by a prototype SAN-6 Grumble vertical launch system directly anticipating the Slava-class weapons suite. The test was successful. The Kirov-class represented the Soviet Navy's mature, conventional ASW cruiser, and simultaneously the endpoint of a decade-long design progression that had never fully resolved its fundamental limitation. All 7 were decommissioned by 2008. Their service careers were professionally unremarkable: no combat, no decisive engagements, and the same unresolved open ocean detection problem that had defined Soviet ASW doctrine since the Kinder-class first left Leningrad harbor in 1962. Nothing in the Western Fleet compared. The project 1144 Orlan-class, designated heavy nuclear missile cruisers, was the Soviet Navy's most capable and most expensive surface combatant program. 4 ships commissioned: Kirov in 1980, renamed Admiral Ushakov in 1992, Frunze in 1984, later Admiral Lazarev, Kalinin in 1988, later Admiral Nakhimov, Yuri Andropov in 1998, renamed Pyotr Veliky. Standard displacement 24,300 tons, length 252 meters. Nuclear plus oil-fired steam propulsion, 140,000 shaft horsepower on 2 shafts, maximum speed 32 knots. The weapons suite was without parallel. 20 P-700 Granite anti-ship cruise missiles in below-deck vertical launchers, range 625 kilometers at Mach 2.5, nuclear or conventional warhead. 12 SAN-6 Grumble vertical launch SAM cells, 16 SAN, 9 Gauntlet point defense rounds, 3 twin 130mm guns, 10 torpedo tubes, 2 Ka-27 helicopters. 3 of the 4 ships became inactive by the mid-1990s as reactor maintenance funding collapsed following Soviet dissolution. Pyotr Veliky alone remained operational as Northern Fleet flagship. Admiral Nakhimov entered prolonged modernization in 2013, still incomplete as of late 2024, a program that had itself become a demonstration of the same institutional dysfunction that cancelled Project 82 in 1953. The Kirov-class embodied the Soviet Navy's maximum ambition, designed to challenge American carrier battle groups in open ocean combat, funded until the state that built them ceased to exist. 3 ships commissioned, 1 sunk in combat, 1 rusting incomplete in a Ukrainian harbour, 1 still operational. The Project 1164 Atlant-class, NATO designation Slava, was designed as a conventionally powered complement to the nuclear Kirov-class. 4 hulls ordered, 3 entered service. Slava commissioned in 1982, renamed Moskva in 1995, Marshal Ustinov in 1986, Varyag in 1989. Ukraina, the 4th hull, was transferred incomplete to Ukraine at Soviet dissolution and remained in Mykolaiv harbour as an unmaintained hulk through 2024. Standard displacement 11,490 tons. Length 186.4 meters. Maximum speed 32 knots. 16 P-1000 Vulcan anti-ship cruise missiles in 8 twin launchers arranged along the hull's flanks. The most immediately recognizable feature of the class and the most visible expression of Soviet anti-carrier doctrine. 8 SAN-6 Grumble vertical launch SAM cells provided area air defense. 2 twin 130mm guns. Moskva served as Black Sea Fleet flagship for 23 years. On April 13, 2022, 2 Ukrainian R-360 Neptune anti-ship missiles struck her amidships. She sank the following day, the largest warship lost in combat since the Argentine Belgrano in 1982. The loss confirmed what strategic analysts had long theorized. Soviet-era cruiser designs optimized for open-ocean anti-carrier warfare carried no reliable defense against coordinated subsonic missile attack at short range. The Slava-class did not end Soviet cruiser doctrine. The sinking of Moskva did. The Tupolev TB3 entered service with the VVS in 1932 as the world's first all-metal monoplane heavy bomber, a distinction that made it simultaneously an engineering achievement and a strategic anachronism by the time it saw serious combat. At 179 miles per hour maximum speed, it was slower than many fighters of its era, with fixed undercarriage and an open cockpit for the pilots. Yet it forced every other air force to reassess heavy bomber doctrine simply by existing at that scale. 818 were built, a figure no other nation matched in heavy bomber production until the United States entered the war. Andrei Tupolev designed the AN-T4 prototype in 1925. The production TB3 carried 5,291 pounds of bombs to a range of 1,864 miles, specifications that no other operational bomber in the world in 1932 could approach. The Soviet Union deployed TB3 units in mass formations during the 1939 Khalkhin Gol conflict against Japan and in the Winter War against Finland. Both operations revealed catastrophic vulnerability to fighter interception when attempted in daylight. By June 1941, the TB3 was doctrinally obsolete and operationally dangerous. Luftwaffe fighters destroyed entire formations in the opening days of Operation Barbarossa. The surviving aircraft were shifted to night operations, supply drops, and airborne assault support, roles where the aircraft's low speed was less immediately fatal. Despite its obsolescence, the TB3 continued flying combat missions until 1944. 818 of them had been built. The Soviet state consumed every one of them. The Tupolev SB-2 was the first Soviet aircraft that could legitimately claim operational equivalence with Western contemporaries at the moment of its introduction. At 263 miles per hour, the SB-2 was faster than most biplane fighters when it entered VVS service in 1936, earning it the designation high-speed bomber. This performance edge lasted approximately 3 years before monoplane fighter development closed it permanently. The SB-2s saw more combat in more conflicts than any other Soviet bomber of its era. Spanish Civil War operations beginning in October 1936 validated the high-speed concept against early biplane opposition. Chinese Nationalist Air Force SB-2s flew missions against Japanese forces through 1940. The type flew in the Winter War against Finland and in the border skirmishes at Khalkhin Gol. Each conflict degraded the performance advantage against more capable fighters, and by 1939 the SB-2 was being lost at rates the Soviet Air Force could sustain only because 6,967 had been built. Operation Barbarossa on June 22, 1941 destroyed SB-2 units in quantity. Flying in daylight formations against Bf 109 opposition, entire regiments were obliterated in hours. The problem was not the aircraft's age, it was the doctrine. Soviet bomber units flying in mass formation, unescorted, in daylight. That doctrine was purchased in blood before it was revised. The SB-2 was relegated to night operations by late 1941 and phased out of frontline service by 1944. Nearly 7,000 aircraft. The accounting was severe. The Ilyushin DB-3 and its IL-4 derivative constituted the Soviet Union's primary long-range strategic bombing platform throughout the Great Patriotic War, the aircraft that carried the war to Berlin when no other Soviet machine could reach it. On the night of August 7th and 8th, 1941, a group of DB-3F aircraft from the 1st Mine Torpedo Aviation Regiment, Baltic Fleet, attacked Berlin, dropping bombs on the German capital in the same week Wehrmacht units were closing in on Leningrad. The Il-4 redesign of 1941 addressed the DB-3's most critical operational limitations without fundamentally altering the basic airframe. The 2,361-mile range was the aircraft's defining strategic asset. It could reach targets from Moscow that no other Soviet twin-engine bomber could approach. This range was achieved at significant cost to crew comfort and aircraft reliability, however. The Il-4 was notoriously difficult to fly and had one of the highest accident rates of any major Soviet aircraft type. 6,785 were built across all variants, serving from the first days of the war through 1944. The Il-4 flew torpedo attacks against German shipping in the Baltic, conducted partisan supply missions behind enemy lines, and bombed Berlin 4 times in 1941 alone. That operational breadth and the losses sustained achieving it defines the type as comprehensively as any specification table. The Petlyakov P-2 was the most produced Soviet bomber of World War II and, by the standards of its era, one of the finest light tactical bombers in any air force. At 360 miles per hour in its P-2 FT variant, it was faster than many fighters it would encounter over the Eastern Front. Vladimir Petlyakov developed it from a high-altitude fighter design at the explicit directive of Stalin, who wanted a dive bomber equivalent to the Junkers Ju-88. Petlyakov worked on the design from a prison cell after his arrest in 1937. He was released upon the type's success and died in a P-2 accident in 1942. 11,427 P-2s were built, equipping the principal tactical bombing regiments of the VVS from 1941 through the end of the war. It flew against German armour at Kursk in July 1943, attacking panzer columns in coordinated strikes with Ilyushin Il-2 ground attack aircraft in operations that presaged Cold War NATO close air support doctrine. The aircraft's weaknesses were sustained. Its high wing loading made it demanding to fly. Its defensive armament was never fully adequate, and its range precluded deep strategic missions. It was a tactical weapon. Within that constraint, it was outstanding. 11,427 were built because the front consumed them and demanded more. The Petlyakov P-8 was the Soviet Union's only purpose-built 4-engine strategic heavy bomber of World War II, and the state built only 93 of them, a production figure that reflected both industrial priority decisions and serious technical problems that plagued the program from inception. Persistent engine unreliability, particularly with the AM-35A installation, delayed introduction and degraded operational effectiveness throughout the aircraft's service life. On the night of August 10th and 11th, 1941, P-8 Ace made the first of several raids against Berlin, a feat of political symbolism that, given 93 aircraft existed, and not all were operational, required careful allocation of scarce resources against targets of questionable military value. The raids damaged Berlin minimally, but proved that the Soviet Union retained a strategic bombing capability that German propaganda had claimed was destroyed. Foreign Minister Molotov flew to London in a P-8 in May 1942, a round-trip journey of political importance conducted in the only four-engine Soviet aircraft that could manage the distance. The P-8's most significant documented contribution was the delivery of the first Soviet 5,000-kilogram Fabi 5000 bomb against German positions near Kharkov in 1943. 93 aircraft could not constitute a strategic bombing campaign. They constituted a capability demonstration. The Tupolev Tu-4 was built from three American B-29 superfortresses that made emergency landings in Soviet territory in 1944, aircraft that Stalin ordered copied with exact fidelity, down to the ashtrays and the crew's candy wrappers. Tupolev's team reverse-engineered every rivet, every weld, every piece of avionics within 2 years. The result was functionally identical to the B-29, updated with Soviet systems, and was operational in 1947, 3 years before the United States knew the Soviet Union possessed this capability. When the Tu-4 flew over Moscow on August 3, 1947 in the annual Aviation Day parade, Western intelligence had only a photograph and a strategic crisis. 847 Tu-4s were built, equipping the Long-Range Aviation Command's regiments by 1950. Their range of 3,600 miles gave them a one-way capability against targets in Alaska, Greenland, and potentially the US East Coast. The Tu-4 was also the delivery platform for the first Soviet atomic weapon carried in an aircraft, tested on October 18, 1951. The Tu-4's limitations were equally significant: no jet propulsion, no in-flight refueling capability, and crews who understood they were flying one-way missions against an adversary with functional air defenses. Its successor, the Tu-16 and Tu-95, arrived before the Tu-4 was fully operationally deployed. The aircraft that created the Soviet strategic bomber force was replaced almost as soon as it achieved operational maturity. The Ilyushin Il-28 was the Soviet Union's first jet bomber, entering service in 1950 with engines derived directly from the Rolls-Royce Nene that Britain had sold the Soviets in 1946. 6,316 were built for Soviet service. Thousands more were exported to China, Egypt, North Korea, and Warsaw Pact nations. It became the most numerically significant jet bomber in history. The Il-28's design philosophy prioritized ease of production and maintenance over technical sophistication. At 559 miles per hour, it was adequately fast for its era, but not exceptional. Its tactical nuclear certification in 1955 gave it a second operational dimension, a conventional tactical bomber that could be configured for nuclear delivery without structural modification. The Il-28 achieved its most prominent political moment in October 1962, when Soviet personnel in Cuba were observed assembling Il-28 bombers at San Julian Air Base, aircraft whose range could reach Miami from the island. President Kennedy demanded their removal as part of the Cuban Missile Crisis resolution. Khrushchev complied. The Il-28s crated back to the USSR never fired a weapon. Their delivery to Cuba had nonetheless been sufficient to constitute a strategic threat. The Tupolev Tu-16 gave the Soviet Union its first genuine jet-powered long-range strategic bombing capability, a swept-wing twin jet that combined the range to reach targets in Western Europe and the Middle East with a cruise speed that made interception difficult for the fighters of the early 1950s. Its 4,598-mile range could cover any target in Western Europe from Soviet bases east of the Urals, eliminating the vulnerability of frontline basing. 1,509 were built, equipping long-range aviation and naval aviation in parallel. The Tu-16's most significant strategic contribution was not the original bomber variant, but the derivatives, the Tu-16K-10 carrying the AS-2 Kipper anti-ship missile, the Tu-16K-26 equipped with the AS-6 Kingfish, and the Tu-16A configured as a nuclear delivery platform. Soviet naval aviation Tu-16K variants threatened American carrier battle groups from the late 1950s through the 1980s. China received 98 Tu-16s in 1959, designating them the H-6, which remains in Chinese service in 2024 in heavily modified forms, a direct lineage from a 1950s Soviet airframe to 21st century PLA bomber operations against Taiwan scenarios. The Tu-16's airframe outlasted not just the Soviet Union, but most of the aircraft designed to replace it. The Myasishchov M4. Bison triggered the American B-52 program's acceleration and then disappointed the Soviets who built it. When the M4 flew over Moscow on May 1, 1954, American intelligence officers watching from the Red Square balcony counted what appeared to be a large force of swept-wing intercontinental jet bombers. The bomber gap of 1955 to 1957, subsequently revealed as largely illusory, drove emergency B-52 production schedules. The Soviets had achieved strategic deterrent effect through a parade maneuver before the aircraft was operational. Vladimir Myasishchov's design bureau produced a technically ambitious aircraft that fell short of its intercontinental requirement without in-flight refueling. Only 93 were built before Myasishchov's bureau was dissolved in 1960, with production and strategic requirements transferred to Tupolev. The surviving M4S served as aerial tankers for the Tu-95 and later as the 3MS Strategic Reconnaissance Platform, roles imposed by operational inadequacy in the primary mission. The aircraft that created the bomber gap in American strategic planning was never capable of executing the mission that gap assumed it could perform. The Tupolev Tu-95 Bear has been in continuous frontline service longer than any other combat aircraft in history, first flying in 1952, entering service in 1956, and still conducting maritime reconnaissance and cruise missile strike missions for Russia in 2024. Its longevity derives from a design choice that appeared retrograde in 1952, turboprop engines rather than turbojets, giving range that no jet bomber of the period could match. The NK-12M engines, each generating 15,000 shaft horsepower, drove contra-rotating propellers that produced a distinctive sound, detectable at 50 miles on passive sonar. At 9,400-mile range without refueling, the Tu-95 was the first Soviet aircraft that could conduct a round-trip bombing mission against the continental United States from Soviet territory, without dependency on one-way sacrifice profiles. It also could carry the Soviet Union's largest thermonuclear devices, including the Tsar bomber, the AN-602 device tested on October 30, 1961, which yielded 50 megatons, and whose delivery aircraft survived the detonation by flying away at maximum speed, still being thrown violently by the shockwave at 100 miles distance. Tu-95 MS aircraft launched Kh-101 cruise missiles against Ukrainian targets in 2022 and 2023, operating from Russian airfields well inside Russian territory. An aircraft designed in 1951, conducting combat operations in 2023, represents a continuity of service without parallel in aviation history. The Tupolev Tu-22 blinder was the Soviet Union's first supersonic bomber and one of its most difficult aircraft to operate, generating an accident rate and aircrew attrition that long-range aviation commanders found unacceptable for most of the type's operational life. The engine placement, 2 turbojets mounted at the tail base on either side of the vertical stabilizer, drove maintenance man-hours to levels that degraded operational readiness below acceptable thresholds in the early service years. Soviet maintenance crews and crews nicknamed it the funeral, a reference to the difficulty of both flying it and keeping it airworthy. Mach 1.42 at altitude was the Tu-22's primary justification. An aircraft penetrating NATO airspace at supersonic speed significantly complicated the interceptor problem. The window of advantage narrowed as Western SAM development caught up with supersonic penetration profiles, and the Tu-22 gradually transitioned to a standoff role using the Kh-22 kitchen missile. Libya's Tu-22s flew combat missions in Chad during the 1986 and 1987 conflict. Iraq operated Tu-22s extensively in the Iran-Iraq War, striking Iranian cities. The type's operational record outside the Soviet Union was modest. 313 were built. The accident rate consumed enough of them that operational strength was never as large as the production figure implied. The Yakovlev Yak-28 Brewer was Soviet frontal aviation's primary supersonic tactical nuclear bomber through the 1960s and 1970s, equipping the tactical air armies opposite NATO's Central European Front with a nuclear delivery capability that Allied air defense planners specifically had to account for in their war planning scenarios. At Mach 1.13, the Yak-28. I could not penetrate the most sophisticated Western air defenses in the mid-1970s without significant attrition, but in the early 1960s against the air defense networks of the period it represented a genuine and specific threat. 1,180 Yak-28s were built across several variants. The Yak-28 Brewer bomber, the Yak-28P Firebar Interceptor, and the Yak-28R reconnaissance variant, the Yak-28. I was specifically certified for the delivery of the RN-28 tactical nuclear weapon, giving Soviet frontal aviation commanders an organic nuclear option that did not depend on long-range aviation or the strategic missile forces. An incident in April of 1966 brought the Yak-28 to unusual prominence. A Yak-28 crashed into the Havel River in West Berlin, creating a Cold War diplomatic incident as British and Soviet forces both attempted to recover the wreckage and its classified equipment. The aircraft was eventually recovered by British forces. The electronic systems were returned to the Soviets after examination. That examination provided Western intelligence with detailed knowledge of Soviet avionics that influenced NATO electronic warfare development for years afterward. The Tupolev Tu-22M backfire became the central argument in the SALT II treaty negotiations of 1979. With the Soviet Union insisting it was not a strategic intercontinental bomber, and with US negotiators accepting that position because the alternative was a strategic impasse that would have ended the treaty. The Tu-22M3 could reach the US continental mainland with aerial refueling. Soviet negotiators agreed to remove in-flight refueling probes from the aircraft as a treaty confidence measure. The probes were reattached to several aircraft within months, at Mach 2.05, with a 4,350-mile combat radius and carrying the Kh-22 Kitchen anti-ship missile, a weapon capable of Mach 3.5, and a 1,000-kilogram warhead. The Tu-22M3 posed a specific threat to American carrier battle groups. Two Tu-22M3 aircraft could theoretically saturate the air defense of a carrier group with Kh-22 salvos. The specific scenario drove development of the F-14 Tomcat's AIM-54 Phoenix missile as a direct counter. Tu-22M3s conducted combat operations in Afghanistan from 1988. Russian Tu-22M3s flew extensive strike missions in the 2008 Georgia War and have operated against Syria since 2015. In 2024, Ukrainian forces have destroyed two Tu-22M3s at Russian air bases, the first losses of this airframe in combat since its introduction. The Tupolev Tu-160 Blackjack is the heaviest combat aircraft ever built. A supersonic variable geometry bomber whose 88,185-pound payload capacity exceeds the B-52H's maximum load by 18,000 pounds and whose maximum gross takeoff weight of 606,260 pounds makes it the largest warplane to have entered serial production. The four NK-32 afterburning turbofans each produce 55,115 pounds of thrust, giving a combined power output of 220,000 pounds, more than any other aircraft in history. Tu-160s entered service with the 184th Heavy Bomber Regiment at Pryluki, Ukraine, in 1987. When the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991, 19 of the 36 completed aircraft were at Ukrainian bases. Ukrainian nationalists physically destroyed 6 with sledgehammers under US oversight as part of Nunluga denuclearization, an act that eliminated 1/4 of the global Tu-160 fleet with farm equipment. Tu-160s launched Kh-101 cruise missiles against Ukrainian targets beginning in 2022, their first use of standoff weapons in combat. Russia resumed Tu-160 production in 2022, announcing the Tu-160M2 upgrade program. The aircraft that the Soviet Union built as its ultimate strategic deterrent outlasted the state that built it by more than 30 years. The Sukhoi Su-24 Fencer was Soviet frontal aviation's answer to the American F-111, a supersonic, variable geometry, all-weather interdiction aircraft designed to penetrate NATO air defenses at low altitude and high speed, delivering conventional or nuclear weapons against airfields, logistics nodes, and command centers in the critical first 72 hours of a European war. The Su-24M upgrade incorporated a terrain-following radar and the Kyra-24 laser designator, making it the first Soviet aircraft capable of precision-guided munitions delivery with reliability comparable to Western systems of the period. More than 1,400 Su-24s were built, equipping dozens of regiments across the Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact. Soviet Air Force pilots considered the Su-24's low-level handling at supersonic speed among the most demanding of any aircraft in the inventory. The workload of terrain following at 200 feet and 600 knots in a variable geometry aircraft-taxed cruise beyond the capacity of routine training. Su-24Ms flew in Afghanistan, both Gulf Wars in Iraqi service, the Georgia War of 2008, and extensively in Syria from 2015. Ukrainian Su-24Ms delivered British Storm Shadow cruise missiles against targets deep inside Russian-occupied territory from 2023, the first time an Su-24 variant delivered Western precision-guided munitions in combat. The aircraft, designed to strike NATO, is now carrying NATO weapons. The Tupolev Tu-95 MS Bear H is a distinct aircraft from the earlier Tu-95 bomber variants. Not an upgrade, but a new production variant built on the same airframe to serve as a dedicated cruise missile carrier. 88 were built between 1979 and 1992, equipped with the rotating launch drum for the Kh-55 subsonic cruise missile in the weapons bay. The Kh-55 had a range of 2,500 kilometers and carried a 200-kiloton warhead, giving the Tu-95MS a standoff nuclear strike capability that negated the aircraft's vulnerability to increasingly sophisticated Western air defenses by keeping it hundreds of miles from the targets it was assigned to destroy. The transition from penetrating bomber to standoff launch platform reflected a broader Soviet strategic shift in the late 1970s. The recognition that improvements in Western SAM systems had made the airspace over Western Europe genuinely hostile to conventional penetrating attack profiles. Tu-95 MS aircraft could launch from positions over the Barents Sea against targets in Western Europe without entering defended airspace. Russia upgraded surviving Tu-95 MS airframes to carry the Kh-101 conventional cruise missile and has used them extensively against Ukraine since February 2022. Launch sequences have involved Tu-95 MS formations operating from Engels Air Base near Saratov, with cruise missile salvos timed to saturate Ukrainian air defense alert cycles. The Bear H's operational relevance in 2024 demonstrates the strategic durability of the standoff missile platform concept first validated in 1983. The Myasishchov M52 and M56 were the Soviet Union's most ambitious unrealized bomber programs. Aircraft designed for intercontinental range at Mach 3 that would have directly competed with the American B-70 Valkyrie in the high-altitude, supersonic penetration role. Vladimir Myasishchov's design bureau had developed multiple configurations through the late 1950s, progressing from the M50 prototype, which flew in 1959, toward the M52 and M56 designs that would carry greater fuel and weapons loads to intercontinental ranges at sustained Mach 3 cruise speeds. Nikita Khrushchev terminated Myasishchov's design bureau in 1960 and dissolved the M50 program along with it, redirecting the resources to intercontinental ballistic missile development. The decision reflected Khrushchev's personal conviction that missiles had made manned bombers obsolete, a position that the subsequent history of Soviet and Russian bomber development proved incorrect, but which was plausible given the technology of 1960. The M50 that flew in 1959 was displayed at the 1961 Tushino Air Show, Western observers misidentifying it as operational. It was a prototype of a program already dead. The Americans cancelled their equivalent, the B-70, the same year Khrushchev terminated the Soviet program, reaching the same conclusion from opposite directions. The Sukhoi T-4, called Sotka in reference to its 100-ton design weight, achieved Mach 3 in the prototype stage before the Soviet government cancelled it in favour of the Tu-22M backfire, ending the most technically ambitious Soviet bomber program that actually flew. The single T-4 prototype conducted 10 flights between 1972 and 1974, reaching Mach 1.36 on its own engines and demonstrating the structural integrity of a titanium-dominant airframe designed to sustain kinetic heating at sustained Mach 3 cruise. Pavel Sukhoi's design bureau had never built a large bomber before the T-4. The project consumed a decade of development effort and pushed Soviet metallurgy, avionics, and propulsion to their contemporary limits. The RD-3641 engines each produced 35,270 pounds of thrust, purpose-designed for the application, and the fly-by-wire flight control system was the first to be fitted to a Soviet aircraft of this size. The decision to cancel the T-4 in favor of the less technically demanding Tu-22M reflected not technical failure, but political economy. The Tupolev Bureau had superior institutional relationships with the Defense Ministry, and completing 2 new strategic bomber programs simultaneously was a resource allocation that the Soviet defense budget would not support. The T-4 prototype sits in the Menino Air Force Museum. Mach 3 and cancelled. Soviet aerospace produced both regularly. April 24, 1946. The dawn of the Soviet jet age arrived in a frantic, synchronized roar. On that single day, the Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-9 took to the skies, narrowly beating its rival, the Yakovlev Yak-15, to become the Soviet Union's first operational jet fighter. Commissioned into the Soviet Air Forces in 1947, with 610 units eventually rolling off production lines, this crude pioneer was less of a tactical triumph and more of an institutional crucible. Engineers struggled to integrate heavy cannon armaments with volatile early jet turbine technology. The result was a catastrophic design flaw. Firing the nose guns at high altitudes generated a suffocating muzzle blast that starved the primitive engines of oxygen, instantly extinguishing them in mid-flight. For much of its frontline service life, pilots operated under strict operational restrictions that effectively crippled their firepower. Exported to China in 1950 to bolster a nascent communist air arm, the MiG-9 served its purpose not as a dominant weapon of war, but as an essential, dangerous stepping stone. It taught the Soviet aviation industry how to build, maintain, and fly jets, even if its main weapons remained terrifyingly unreliable. First taking flight on June 17, 1947, and entering official VVS service by 1948, the Yakovlev Yak-23 was destined to be the final straight-wing jet fighter designed by the legendary Yakovlev Bureau. Its creation was catalyzed by an unexpected geopolitical windfall, the British Attlee government's controversial 1946 decision to sell advanced Rolls-Royce, Nene and Derwent turbojet engines directly to Moscow. Soviet engineers reverse-engineered the Derwent to produce the RD-500 power plant. This gave the lightweight Yak-23 an astonishing low-altitude performance advantage that completely outclassed the primitive BMW-derived engines powering the rival MiG-9. Recognizing its utility, Moscow transformed the Yak-23 into a political and intelligence tool. The fighter was widely exported across Eastern Europe, providing Romania, Poland, Bulgaria, and Czechoslovakia with their very first jet-propelled air forces. Yet, this export program was far more than a simple security assistance package. It operated as a sophisticated intelligence harvesting operation. Soviet military advisors accompanied every single aircraft shipment, meticulously gathering crucial doctrinal and operational performance data. This field intelligence directly shaped Soviet strategic planning for the looming confrontation with NATO. On December 30th, 1947, an aviation legend was born. The Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-15 first took flight, entering Soviet service in 1949, before bursting onto the global stage over Korea in November 1950. It instantly shattered Western complacency, rendering every straight-wing American aircraft in theater completely obsolete overnight. This aerodynamic masterpiece combined two distinct technologies: a reverse-engineered British Rolls-Royce Nene turbojet engine acquired through the Attlee government and a radical 35-degree swept wing developed from captured German wartime research. The threat was immediate and lethal. Initial Soviet squadrons over Korea were flown by elite VVS pilots wearing Chinese uniforms under strict orders to avoid capture at all costs. By December 1950, American commanders were forced to suspend all daylight B-29 bombing missions over North Korea. The MiG-15 was simply destroying the massive bombers faster than American escort fighters could defend them. Production numbers exploded to a staggering 17,508 aircraft manufactured across the Soviet Union, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. It became the first Soviet fighter widely exported on a global scale, serving 40 nations. The Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-17 first took to the skies on January 14, 1950, entering frontline service in 1952. While 10,649 units were eventually built, this transonic fighter achieved its ultimate historical notoriety a decade later in the humid skies over North Vietnam. In 1965, the aircraft became the ultimate asymmetric threat. Armed only with heavy, hard-hitting conventional cannons, the subsonic MiG-17 routinely downed sophisticated American supersonic aircraft in brutal, close-range dogfights. It was an arena for which American pilots, trained exclusively for high-tech, long-range missile warfare, were completely unequipped and unprepared. The older, slower Soviet fighter consistently defeated platforms that were a full generation more advanced, simply because the restrictive, visual rules of engagement in Vietnam perfectly favored the older weapon's tight turning radius. American fighter crews flying the massive Mach 2.23 Republic F-105 Thunder Chief found themselves trapped in turning dogfights where their speed advantages were useless and their early air-to-air missiles failed to lock. The MiG-17 proved that high technology is meaningless if the enemy forces you to fight on their own terms. On January 5, 1954, Soviet aviation shattered the sound barrier. The Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-19 took its maiden flight, entering official service in 1955 as the Soviet Union's very first production supersonic fighter. Capable of reaching Mach 1.35 at high altitude, it was the first Soviet aircraft engineered to break the sound barrier in stable, level flight and sustain those extreme speeds under standard operational conditions. While its frontline service within the Soviet Air Forces was relatively brief due to rapid technological advancements, its international legacy was monumental. Moscow transferred the MiG-19 design technology to Beijing, where it was manufactured as the Shenyang J-6. Chinese factories built over 3,000 of these rugged fighters, turning the platform into a cornerstone of Asian air power. Pakistani J-6 crews flew the type into intense combat against India during the border wars of 1965 and 1971, proving its lethal agility in skilled hands. Chinese variants remained in active service well into the 1990s. Though frequently overshadowed by its successor, the MiG-19's massive Chinese production run guaranteed its global impact. First flying on February 14, 1956, and entering service in 1959, the Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-21 became the definitive symbol of Soviet military aviation philosophy. Mass-produced in 13 major variants through 1985, a mind-boggling 11,496 aircraft were built across 4 nations. Deployed by 56 countries, it stands as the most widely produced supersonic fighter in human history. The fishbed was engineered to be small, lightning-fast, cheap to manufacture and remarkably easy to maintain, a mass-produced defensive interceptor optimized for short-range combat. Its legendary 50-year global combat record reveals a flickered, consistent pattern. It was absolutely lethal in close-range turning dogfights, especially when guided by well-trained pilots. However, it remained highly vulnerable to beyond visual range missile attacks due to its severely limited onboard radar. When matched against superior Western avionics and highly trained adversaries, it was routinely outclassed. Yet, its longevity is unmatched. The Indian Air Force proudly operated its upgraded MiG-21 fleet all the way through 2025. This iconic Delta Wing warrior ultimately outlasted the superpower that created it. Entering service with the Soviet Air Defense Forces in 1959, the Sukhoi Su-9, alongside its later upgraded variant, the Su-11, was built for a singular, terrifying strategic purpose. These all-weather interceptors occupied a highly specific niche within the Cold War chessboard. They were pure, unadulterated rocket ships optimized solely to scramble, climb to extreme altitudes at blistering speeds, and destroy incoming Western strategic nuclear bombers. They sacrificed maneuverability, range, and landing safety to achieve unmatched altitude performance. This desperate design philosophy was laid bare on May 1, 1960. When Francis Gary Powers' American U-2 spy plane penetrated Soviet airspace, pilot Igor Mentyukov was scrambled in an unarmed Su-9. His direct, suicidal orders from high command were simple: ram the American aircraft at 70,000 feet. Mentyukov successfully clawed his way up to the U-2's extreme operational altitude, but ran out of fuel before he could close the distance to execute the collision. An SA-2 surface-to-air missile claimed the historic kill instead. Both the Su-9 and Su-11 remained shrouded in secrecy until phased out after 1965. Entering service in 1965 with 1,290 units constructed, the twin-engine Mach 2.5 capable Sukhoi Su-15 served as the steel backbone of Soviet homeland air defense throughout the 1970s and early 1980s. It was a ruthless, no-nonsense interceptor built to guard the expansive, forbidden borders of the USSR. However, its historical legacy was forever defined by a single, tragic international incident. On September 1, 1983, a Soviet Su-15 piloted by Gennady Osipovich intercepted Korean Airlines Flight 007, a commercial Boeing 747 civilian airliner that had drifted off course into sensitive Soviet airspace near Sakhalin Island. Operating under strict military protocols, Osipovich fired 2 heavy air-to-air missiles. Both struck the airliner, causing it to break apart and plunge into the sea, killing all 269 civilian passengers and crew aboard. The global outrage was immediate and profound. This horrific Cold War tragedy generated immense political pressure that directly accelerated the United States military's deployment of the Global Positioning Satellite System for civilian aviation. The modern GPS navigation network was fast-tracked to prevent future violations. First, flying on June 10, 1967 and entering frontline service in 1970, the Mikoyan Gurevich MiG-23 was a radical departure from its predecessors. With 5,047 units constructed across 9 distinct variants through 1985, this complex fighter introduced variable sweep-wing geometry to the Soviet arsenal. The Flogger was engineered to provide tactical aviation squadrons with blistering speed and, for the first time, a genuine beyond visual range missile engagement capability. Moscow aggressively exported the MiG-23 to 25 Allied nations, ensuring it fought in more global hotspots than almost any other Soviet combat aircraft of its generation. Its combat resume spans the battlefields of Angola, Libya, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and North Korea. Yet its sophisticated technology rarely translated into clear operational dominance. In the skies over the Middle East, highly trained Israeli fighter pilots flying advanced American aircraft routinely outmaneuvered and destroyed export MiG-23s. Despite the Soviet jet's undeniable raw speed, powerful radar, and swing-wing adaptability, it was repeatedly defeated by superior Western tactical training and electronic countermeasures. The Mikoyan Gurevich MiG-25 first tore into the sky on March 6, 1964, entering air defense service in 1970. 1,186 of these titanium-scarce monsters were built. The Foxbat was originally engineered for a single mission, to intercept the American Mach 3 XB-70 Valkyrie bomber. But when Washington abruptly cancelled the Valkyrie project, the Kremlin was left with a terrifying Mach 3 interceptor that possessed no equivalent target to hunt. For a decade, Western intelligence feared it as an invincible, high-tech superfighter. That illusion shattered completely in 1976 when pilot Viktor Belenko defected, landing his MiG-25 in Japan. Western engineers disassembled the jet and discovered a ruthlessly primitive masterpiece. It was constructed not of exotic titanium, but 80% nickel-steel alloy. Its electronic brains relied on outdated vacuum tubes rather than microchips, and its massive radar generated a blistering 600 kilowatts of power simply to blast through Western jamming via brute force. While interceptor variants guarded the homeland, specialized reconnaissance models flew over Israeli positions with total impunity for years. First flying on November 20th, 1972, and entering service in 1975, the Mikoyan Gurevich MiG-27 represented a powerful realization by Soviet commanders. The sleek, swing-wing MiG-23 airframe could be modified into a devastating mud mover. Designers completely flattened the aircraft's nose, removing the heavy air intercept radar to install an advanced laser, rangefinder, and target acquisition system. Beneath the cockpit, they packed a monstrous 30mm Geesh 630 rotary cannon capable of spitting 6,000 rounds per minute, a weapon so violent its recoil frequently shattered landing lights and cracked instrument panels. This specialized ground attack platform found its greatest international home in India. The Indian Air Force acquired the type and manufactured it under license as the Bahadur, or Valiant. Incredibly, India kept these vintage strike fighters operational through 2021, an astonishing 46 years after the design's maiden flight. However, this long-term operational relationship was deeply troubled. India's aviation history was marred by numerous fatal crashes and accidents directly attributed to persistent, volatile engine reliability issues that Soviet designers had never fully resolved. The Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-31 took flight on September 16, 1975, and entered frontline service in 1981, bringing an unprecedented level of electronic warfare to the Cold War. It was equipped with the revolutionary Zaslon weapon system, the world's very first phased-array radar ever fitted to a production fighter aircraft. This advanced sensor allowed the Foxhound to track 10 separate targets simultaneously and engage 4 of them at extreme ranges with long-range missiles, a terrifying cooperative engagement capability that Western air forces would fail to replicate for over a decade. Built to replace the aging MiG-25, this heavy twin-engine interceptor proved to have an astonishingly resilient design. The MiG-31 remains in active Russian combat service today, comfortably outlasting the Soviet Union by more than 3 decades. In a stunning historical twist, this vintage Cold War interceptor has been heavily modernized and repurposed. Since 2022, modified MiG-31 units have served as the primary airborne launch platforms for the Kinzhal hypersonic aeroballistic missile during intensive combat operations over Ukraine. Entering service with Soviet naval aviation in 1976 to fly from the decks of the new Kirov-class aviation cruisers, the Yakovlev Yak-38 was Moscow's ambitious, troubled entry into the world of vertical takeoff aviation. 231 of these unique aircraft were built, but the forger was plagued by severe fundamental engineering limitations. In tropical climates or hot weather conditions, the lift engines lost massive amounts of thrust, rendering the aircraft completely incapable of carrying a useful weapons payload or fuel load while executing vertical operations. Even more terrifying for its pilots was the aircraft's highly volatile automatic ejection system. Designed to save the pilot during a sudden lift engine failure, the computer system could trigger the ejection seat entirely on its own without any human input. Pilots routinely joked that the Yak-38 was the only aircraft that could decide, entirely independently, to throw its pilot out of the cockpit. The problematic type was swiftly withdrawn from service by 1992, but its vertical flight engineering data was ultimately purchased by Lockheed Martin for the F-35B program. The Mikoyan-Gurevich MiG-29 first took to the sky on October 6, 1977, entering service in 1983 as a premier agile dogfighter. Engineered specifically to challenge American air superiority, the fulcrum shook Western intelligence to its core by introducing a revolutionary close combat system. The combination of the highly maneuverable R-73 infrared missile and the Shell-3 helmet-mounted targeting sight. This allowed Soviet pilots to lock onto and destroy an enemy aircraft simply by looking at it, up to 45 degrees off the nose. Following the historic fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification, the Western Alliance inherited an active fleet of East German MiG-29s into the Luftwaffe. Mock dogfights shocked NATO commanders. In close-range aerial combat, the MiG-29 was virtually unbeatable, outclassing every Western fighter of the era. However, outside of a close-in knife fight, the aircraft suffered major weaknesses. Its primitive onboard radar, cramped cockpit ergonomics, and outdated analog avionics were a full generation behind its American counterparts, making beyond visual range survival incredibly difficult. First taking flight on August 2, 1966, and entering service in 1970, the Sukhoi Su-17, along with its export derivatives the Su-20 and Su-22, was Moscow's ultimate solution to a complex tactical problem. Soviet commanders needed a heavy fighter bomber capable of high-speed supersonic dash speeds at altitude while simultaneously maintaining stable, safe handling characteristics during low-level bombing runs. Their answer was a robust, swing-wing design that resulted in 2,867 aircraft being built. During the grueling Soviet-Afghan War from 1979 to 1989, these rugged fitters served as the primary workhorse for tactical ground strikes. However, the introduction of American-supplied Stinger-Man portable missiles with their deadly 3.5-kilometer engagement ceiling forced Su-17 pilots to abandon low-level attacks. They adopted high-altitude bombing profiles that severely compromised weapon accuracy but ensured aircraft survivability. The type also made global headlines on August 19, 1981, over the Mediterranean Sea, when two Libyan export Su-22s actively challenged United States Navy F-14 Tomcats over the disputed Gulf of Sidra and was swiftly shot down. The Sukhoi Su-24 made its maiden flight on January 17, 1970, and entered active service in 1974. With over 1,400 units rolling off production lines, this heavy, variable sweep-wing aircraft was the Soviet Union's direct strategic answer to the American General Dynamics F-111 Aardvark. The Fencer represented a massive technological leap for Moscow, debuting as the first Soviet combat aircraft equipped with an integrated terrain-following radar and navigation system, giving it a genuine all-weather, day or night precision strike capability. It was built to fly fast and low, slipping underneath Western radar nets to deliver conventional or nuclear payloads deep inside NATO territory. Decades later, however, it fell victim to the very alliance it was designed to destroy. On November 24, 2015, a Turkish Air Force F-16 shot down a Russian Air Force Su-24M along the highly volatile Syrian-Turkish border. It marked the first time a NATO country had destroyed a Russian military aircraft since the Korean War, a conflict its long-dead designers never envisioned. First flying on May 20, 1977 and entering frontline service in 1985, the Sukhoi Su-27 was engineered to be the ultimate predator of the skies, built in direct response to the American McDonnell Douglas F-15 Eagle. It featured a massive airframe with an extraordinary unfueled operational range of 3,530 kilometers. The world stood still at the 1989 Paris Air Show when Chief Test Pilot Viktor Pugachev shocked Western observers by performing a radical maneuver known as Pugachev's Cobra. He pitched the heavy fighter up to a staggering 120 degrees angle of attack, forcing the nose to point momentarily backward before recovering smoothly into level flight. No Western fighter could replicate it. The maneuver proved the Su-27 could aerodynamically decelerate faster than any pursuing aircraft, instantly turning a tail chase into a lethal head-on missile engagement on the Sukhoi's own terms. The incredibly versatile flanker airframe became the foundational architecture for an entire dynasty of modern combat aircraft across 20 nations. In the wake of World War II, the Soviet Union faced a glaring tactical gap in the skies. They lacked a viable helicopter. Enter Mikhail Mil. On September 20th, 1948, a fragile insect-like aircraft lifted off into aviation history. This was the Mil-Me-1, codenamed Hare by NATO. Entering full Soviet military service in 1950, this pioneering machine would see a production run of approximately 1,000 units. To conquer the engineering challenges of vertical flight, Mil engineered a three-blade semi-rigid main rotor paired with a single, roaring piston engine. His design, ingeniously fused, captured German wartime research with emerging American Sikorsky principles simultaneously. Yet, the true value of the Hare was not found in frontline combat doctrine. Instead, its triumph was entirely institutional. The Mi-1 proved beyond doubt that the Mil Bureau could successfully manufacture a reliable helicopter at scale. This vital stepping stone established the massive industrial infrastructure, production lines, and engineering expertise required to birth future giants like the Mi-4, Mi-6, and the legendary Mi-8. Poland actively manufactured its own licensed SM-1 and SM-2 variants all the way through 1965. It was a humble beginning for a superpower's rotary revolution. In the early 1950s, Cold War tensions reached a boiling point on the Korean peninsula. High-ranking Soviet officials watched with growing alarm as American Sikorsky H-19 helicopters revolutionized battlefield mobility. Recognizing the strategic threat, Joseph Stalin personally intervened, issuing an absolute, uncompromising dictate: the Soviet Union must build an equivalent counterpart within one single year. Rising to this impossible challenge, Mikhail Mil worked around the clock, delivering a flying prototype in just 13 months. First taking flight on May 3, 1952, the Mil-Me-4, known to Western intelligence as the Hound, entered active military service in 1953. It became the ultimate proof of concept for Soviet rotary warfare, with over 3,500 units built. The Hound was a rugged workhorse, capable of accommodating 11 fully equipped combat troops, 1,600 kilograms of internal cargo, or even a formidable 76mm field gun loaded through its innovative rear clamshell doors. This versatile platform provided the Red Army with an unprecedented level of tactical flexibility. Its global impact extended far beyond Soviet borders, as China eagerly manufactured its own licensed copies, designated the Z5, all the way through 1979. The Hound had successfully cemented the Soviet Union's status as a true global pioneer in military helicopter deployment. June 5, 1957. The Soviet Union unveils an aviation marvel that completely shatters the limits of vertical lift. The Mil-Me-6, codenamed Hook, took to the skies, entering service in 1959. This colossal machine was a double threat. It reigned simultaneously as the largest and the fastest helicopter on Earth, setting a staggering speed record of 320 kilometers per hour in 1965. Western analysts watched in disbelief. The Hook represented a massive leap in scale that nothing in the Western arsenal could match until the Sikorsky CH-54 Tahe arrived a decade later. Boasting a massive 12-ton internal payload capability, the Mi-6 could single-handedly transport heavy 122mm howitzers, armored personnel carriers, and complex engineering equipment sets in a single lift. Over its lifespan, 926 airframes were built, but its most harrowing hour arrived in April 1986. Following the catastrophic nuclear meltdown at Chernobyl, fleets of Mi-6 and Mi-8 helicopters flew 1,800 desperate sorties, dropping 5,000 tons of shielding material directly into the burning reactor core under deadly radiation conditions with no operational precedent. These legendary mechanical titans were finally retired in 2002, closing an extraordinary chapter in aviation history. Their sacrifice preserved countless lives and showcased the sheer brute force of Soviet engineering. While the Mil Design Bureau focused on raw power and conventional configurations, another visionary engineer was forging a radically different path. Nikolai Kamov championed the complex world of coaxial counter-rotating rotors. The manifestation of this unique philosophy was the Kamov Ka-18, designated by NATO as the Hog. First flying in 1956 and entering official service in 1957, this compact, intriguing aircraft saw a modest production run of approximately 100 units. But the true impact of the Ka-18 was not measured in massive fleet numbers or frontline combat victories. Instead, it served a vital existential purpose for the Design Bureau. The Ka-18 successfully demonstrated that Kamov's specialized coaxial technology was completely production viable for civil applications. This civil success established crucial manufacturing credibility that directly supported the Bureau's subsequent, highly sensitive military helicopter programs. Fundamentally, the Hog kept the Kamov Bureau's assembly lines moving and its elite technical staff operational between major state military contracts. Without the quiet success of this small utility machine, the terrifying coaxial naval and attack helicopters of the modern era might never have left the drawing board. It remains a masterclass in strategic industrial preservation. The dawn of the turbine age sparked a massive re-evaluation of Soviet military-industrial strategy. On September 22, 1961, a sleek new light helicopter took to the sky. The Mil-Me-2, codenamed Hoplite by Western forces. But what makes the Hoplite truly legendary is not just its design, but an extraordinary, unprecedented political decision. When full production commenced in 1965, the Kremlin decided to completely outsource the manufacturing of this entire light utility category to a Warsaw Pact ally, assigning the exclusive production rights to the PZL Swidnik factory located in Poland. This outsourcing maneuver was highly irregular, breaking with strict, paranoid Soviet industrial policies that fiercely mandated keeping sensitive defense manufacturing inside Soviet borders. Despite this break from tradition, the gamble paid off spectacularly. Through 1992, an astonishing 5,497 Mi-2 helicopters rolled off the Polish assembly lines. This nimble twin-turbine aircraft went on to serve with 25 nations across the globe. Thanks to its remarkable durability, ease of maintenance and rugged reliability, the Hoplite outlived the very empire that commissioned it, and it remains operational with several air forces around the world today. It stands as a testament to international cooperation in an era defined by deep suspicion. In the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Soviet wilderness, conventional transport methods often failed completely. The military needed a radical tool to conquer logistics. Enter the Mil-Me-10, known to NATO as the Hawk, first taking flight on June 15, 1960, and entering active service in 1963, this bizarre, towering mechanical spider solved a highly specific logistics dilemma that no other aircraft type could address. How do you transport immense, rigid military hardware that is simply too massive or delicate to be carried by a standard underslung cable? The Mill Bureau's brilliant solution was a massive four-legged undercarriage system, providing a towering 3.75 meters of ground clearance, allowing the helicopter to literally straddle its cargo. A total of 55 standard models and 17 specialized Mi-10K flying crane variants were manufactured. In military applications, the Hark proved indispensable, effortlessly lifting and transporting entire Scud ballistic missile transport, erector launchers, massive oil pipeline sections, and heavy tactical bridge elements across treacherous terrain where traditional wheeled cranes could not operate. The Mi-10 redefined the concept of heavy logistics, turning impossible engineering challenges into routine transport assignments. It remains one of the most uniquely specialized heavy lifters to ever patrol the skies. Deep within the Cold War arms race, the Soviet Union faced a monumental strategic nightmare: how to secretly transport massive intercontinental ballistic missile components across the vast, roadless tundra of Siberia. The answer was a mechanical titan of mythic proportions. The Mil Mi-12, also designated as the V-12 and codenamed Homer by NATO, was the ultimate super-heavy helicopter. First taking flight on July 10, 1968, this twin-rotor behemoth shocked the world on August 6, 1969, by lifting an absolute earth-shattering payload record of 44,205 kilograms to an altitude of 2,255 meters. To this day, that staggering record remains completely unbroken by any helicopter in aviation history. Only 2 prototypes of this giant were ever constructed. Ultimately, the high-stakes program was cancelled because Soviet strategic missile doctrine transitioned to different deployment concepts, rendering the giant aircraft redundant. 55 years have passed since the Homer first asserted its dominance, and no other helicopter has even come close to matching its colossal payload record. It stands forever as a breathtaking, unmatched peak of Soviet aviation ambition, a monument to a time when designers built without limits. It remains an unforgettable symbol of engineering prowess, towering over history. In the highly competitive arena of high-speed vertical flight, the Kirov Bureau took a monumental, daring gamble. They envisioned a radical hybrid that would fuse the vertical capability of a helicopter with the blazing forward speed of a conventional cargo plane. The result of this ambitious engineering dream was the Kamov Ka-22, codenamed Hoop. First taking flight on August 17, 1959, this massive compound rotorcraft stunned global aviation observers by setting an incredible world speed record of 356 kilometers per hour on October 7, 1961. Remarkably, that record still stands today for its unique convertiplane category. But pioneering such cutting-edge technology carried a heavy, tragic price. The entire program was abruptly cancelled after 2 horrific, fatal crashes during development testing. These catastrophic accidents exposed deeply systemic, unresolvable aerodynamic stability problems, specifically during the perilous transition phase between vertical hover and high-speed forward flight modes. While the core concept of a high-speed compound helicopter remained highly relevant to military strategists, the specific implementation proved ultimately unresolvable for Kamov's team. The Hoop remains a fascinating, tragic reminder of the dangerous razor's edge walked by Soviet aviation pioneers, their sacrifices paved the way for future generations of tilt-rotor technology worldwide. To secure the oceans, the Soviet Navy faced a critical tactical bottleneck. Standard helicopters were simply too large to operate from the cramped decks of surface combatants. The solution came from the seafaring specialists at Kamov. First flying on April 26, 1961 and entering active naval service in 1966, the Kamov Ka-25, codenamed Hormone, became the very first purpose-designed Soviet naval helicopter. A total of 460 airframes were built, primarily split between the Hormone A anti-submarine variant and the Hormone B targeting platform. The iconic coaxial rotor configuration was not an aesthetic choice, but a practical requirement imposed by the ships it served. By completely eliminating the tail boom, the Ka-25 could safely land and fit into tight shipboard hangar spaces that a conventional helicopter of equivalent payload could never occupy. Furthermore, the Hormone B over-the-horizon targeting variant completely revolutionized naval warfare. It provided critical targeting data for the devastating P-500 Basalt anti-ship missiles carried by Moskva-class cruisers, giving those ships an immense engagement range that vastly exceeded their own radar horizon. The Hormone had officially conquered the high seas, cementing Kamov's absolute dominance in naval aviation architecture forever. It is the undisputed king of the skies, a mechanical legend whose sheer numbers defy imagination. The Mi-8 and its advanced derivative, the Mi-17, codenamed HIP, first flew on June 24, 1961, and entered service in 1965. With over 17,000 airframes produced across 40 distinct variants for more than 100 nations, it stands as the most produced military helicopter in history. When the harsh, thin air of Afghanistan exposed performance limitations, the Mil Bureau engineered the Mi-17 in 1975, retrofitting the airframe with twin TV-3117 turbines, producing 1,900 shaft horsepower each to dramatically improve hot and high operational capabilities that altitudes had exposed as a limitation. The HIP's staggering combat record spans virtually every major armed conflict across the globe. No other aircraft type in existence has operated in more distinct conflicts under more national flags in the same 60-year period. From the deserts of Africa to the frozen peaks of Europe, its iconic silhouette remains synonymous with battlefield mobility. Decades after its introduction, this indomitable aviation icon remains in active production, proving that true mechanical genius never goes out of style. It is the global backbone of rotary aviation. To defend its massive maritime borders from Western submarines, the Soviet Union needed more than just shipborne helicopters. They required a long-range, shore-based patrol asset. The Mil Bureau delivered by taking their most reliable platform and modifying it for the open ocean. The result was the Mi-14, codenamed Haze. First flying on August 1, 1967 and entering Soviet naval aviation service in 1976, approximately 230 units were constructed across specialized anti-submarine warfare, minesweeping, and search and rescue variants. To master the aquatic environment, engineers took the proven Mi-8 airframe and completely adapted it for naval operations through the addition of a heavily sealed amphibious boat hull and sponsons that allowed the aircraft to safely perform direct water landings. boasting a substantial operational radius of approximately 200 kilometers from base, combined with the unique capability to land on the ocean surface for extended loiter times. The haze provided Soviet naval aviation with a powerful patrolling capability. This distinct range envelope perfectly complemented ship-based Kamov Ka-25s, forming a dual-layered defensive shield that Western submarine captains feared to cross during the height of the Cold War. The haze effectively blurred the line between aviation and seafaring power. It is the ultimate symbol of Soviet military might, a terrifying, heavily armored Leviathan known simply as the Crocodile by its crews and the Hind by NATO. First flying on September 19, 1969, and entering Soviet Army aviation service in 1972, the Mi-24 family would see 2,500 units built across 8 major variants for 50 nations. This predatory machine shattered records, setting a world helicopter speed record of 368.4 kilometers per hour in 1978. The Hind was boldly conceived as a flying infantry fighting vehicle, a heavily armed attack gunship that could simultaneously deliver gunfire, launch anti-tank guided missiles, and carry 8 fully armed combat troops directly to the objective. However, the brutal crucible of Afghanistan provided definitive operational data. While incredibly effective in open terrain, the Hind proved highly vulnerable to shoulder-fired man-portable missiles inside confined mountain valleys, where its blistering speed could not be leveraged. The Mi-24 definitively defined the modern attack helicopter for a generation of military planners, but the unforgiving battlefields of Afghanistan ruthlessly defined the strict limits of that rotary dominance. It remains an enduring legend of airborne firepower, echoing through military history. As the Soviet Navy expanded into a true blue-water global force, it required a highly sophisticated, multi-role rotary family to protect its fleets from multi-domain threats. The apex of this evolution arrived with the Kamov Ka-27 lineage, codenamed Helix by Western forces. Representing the mature, definitive expression of Soviet naval helicopter design, this family introduced the Ka-27PL anti-submarine variant into service in 1982, followed closely by the Ka-28 export model and the rugged Ka-29 assault transport variant. But the true technological crown jewel of this family was the highly specialized Ka-31 airborne early warning helicopter, which officially entered service in 1995. The Ka-31 mounted the massive deployable E-801 OCO radar system beneath its fuselage, providing an unprecedented 150-kilometer surveillance radius against incoming air targets. This marked the very first time in history that a shipborne helicopter had successfully carried a deeply meaningful, long-range airborne early warning capability. By packing such immense radar power into a compact airframe without a tailboom, Kamov provided Soviet carrier groups with an organic eye in the sky, shielding the fleet from low-altitude anti-ship missile attacks. It remains a masterful synthesis of naval utility and sensor technology. Prepare to meet the undisputed Leviathan of the skies, a machine so jaw-droppingly massive it challenges the laws of aerodynamics. The Mi-26, codenamed Halo by NATO, first took flight on December 14, 1977, and entered Soviet service in 1983. With over 340 airframes built and production incredibly continuing to this day, it reigns supreme as the largest helicopter to ever enter serial production. The Halo's lifting capabilities are the stuff of aviation legend. Its cavernous cargo hold can literally swallow a T-80 main battle tank whole. Its supreme dominance was dramatically demonstrated to the world in 2002 when an Mi-26 successfully recovered two downed American CH-47 Chinook helicopters from the treacherous mountains of Afghanistan. The American aircraft was simply too large and heavy for their own kind to recover, requiring the brute force of the larger Soviet machine. After more than 40 years of continuous service, the Mi-26 has no equals. Its ongoing production reflects a stark global reality. There is an absolute absence of any competing design anywhere in the world capable of executing its primary heavy lift mission, cementing its status as an eternal king of vertical lift. As the Cold War reached its final chapter, the Mill Bureau set out to build the ultimate uncompromising dealer of battlefield destruction. First taking flight on November 10, 1982, the Mill Mi-28, known to NATO as the Havoc, faced an incredibly grueling path to the front lines. Its 14-year development cycle was abruptly interrupted by the cataclysmic collapse of the Soviet Union, delaying initial production until 1996. The heavily upgraded Mi-28N Night Hunter variant finally entered frontline service in 2008. Unlike its predecessor, the Mi-24, the Havoc was a pure, dedicated attack helicopter, completely unburdened by the tactical compromise of carrying troops. It was engineered for one singular purpose: hunting armor. However, the brutal conflict in Ukraine starting in 2022 has drastically exposed the vulnerabilities of traditional gunships in modern high-intensity warfare. Operating in highly lethal airspace, Mi-28N losses to shoulder-fired man-portable air defense missiles and agile low-cost FPV drones have been significant. These losses have been starkly and publicly documented through relentless Ukrainian battlefield footage. The Night Hunter now faces its greatest challenge, adapting to a chaotic era where cheap drone tech hunts the apex predators of the sky. In the high-stakes theater of modern aerial combat, the Kirov Bureau unleashed their most radical, technologically audacious designs yet: the single-seat Kar-50 Hokum and its lethal two-seat evolution, the Kar-52 Alligator. First flying on June 27, 1982, and entering service in limited numbers in 1995, the Hokum broke every rule of conventional design. The mature Kar-52 Alligator entered frontline service in 2011. Both cutting-edge war machines incorporated Kirov's legendary trademark coaxial counter-rotating rotor system and a revolutionary world-first feature for helicopters: the K-37-800 rocket-propelled ejection seat. Yet, the brutal war in Ukraine since 2022 has shattered expectations, as the Alligator has suffered the highest documented loss rate of any Russian military helicopter. Kirov's doctrine intended for the Kar-52 to leverage the long-range Hermes missile, striking targets from 15 to 20 kilometers away while remaining completely safely beyond Manpad's engagement zones. However, executing this standoff tactic has HTML proven incredibly difficult in the fluid, rapidly shifting tactical environment of the modern battlefield. The Alligator stands locked in a desperate struggle for survival, proving that even the most high-tech weapon systems must constantly adapt. In 1945, Joseph Stalin issued a high-stakes command: copy the American B-29 Superfortress. 3 US bombers had made emergency landings in the Soviet Far East, handing Moscow an unexpected blueprint for advanced aviation. By 1947, the dedicated intelligence variant, the Tupolev Tu-4R, entered service, establishing the Soviet Union's very first strategic aerial reconnaissance capability at the precise moment the Cold War was defining its global parameters. This piston-engine giant stripped away defensive armament to fit advanced AFA-33 and AFA-75 cameras inside its modified bomb bays and fuselage. It flew at a ceiling of 11,200 meters with a 5,400-kilometer range, mapping 60-kilometer-wide swaths of terrain in a single pass. Operating from Siberian and European bases, it gathered photographic proof of NATO installations across Germany, Italy, Turkey, and the Pacific Rim. But its supremacy was short-lived. In 1949, the arrival of NATO's jet-powered F-86 Sabre interceptors instantly transformed this piston-driven aircraft into an incredibly vulnerable target. It could neither outrun nor outclimb nimble enemy jet fighters. Its operational lifespan lasted a mere 5 years before routine flights became prohibitively risky, forcing Soviet designers into a frantic race to build survivable jet platforms. While strategic bombers mapped continents from high altitude, Soviet ground forces required a different kind of vision: low-altitude, tactical intelligence. Enter the Ilyushin Il-14R. Entering service around 1953, this specialized tactical reconnaissance variant was adapted from the dependable Il-14 twin-piston transport, equipped with vertical and oblique camera installations like the AFA B-A40 and NAFA MK-75, and carrying early passive electronic intelligence receivers, it served a vital dual function for the Soviet VVS and GRU. It captured high-resolution details for target assessments that high-flying strategic bombers simply missed. However, with a modest ceiling of 7,400 meters and a cruise speed of just 417 kilometers per hour, the Il-14R was highly vulnerable. It was confined to areas where Soviet air superiority was absolute, or along maritime borders just inside friendly airspace. Widely exported, Warsaw-packed nations like East Germany, Poland, and Czechoslovakia relied heavily on the Il-14R for battlefield planning. Despite its success in collecting vital electronic and photographic intelligence, its 3,200-kilometer range was strictly limited. It could not provide deep strategic penetration against American targets, leaving that dangerous task to the massive jet-powered platforms waiting in the wings. As the late 1950s arrived, the Cold War demanded unprecedented speed and altitude. The Soviet answer for tactical jet reconnaissance was the Yakovlev Yak-27R, known to NATO as Mangrove. Entering service in 1958, this twin-jet aircraft gave frontal aviation an asset capable of near-supersonic speeds. Driven by dual RD-9AK turbojets, the Mangrove hit Mach 0.97, while its impressive 16,500-meter ceiling pushed it safely above early NATO surface-to-air missiles and interceptors. Its extended nose housed advanced AFA-40 forward-facing cameras for high-resolution path coverage, paired with oblique fuselage cameras to capture targets offset from its flight track. Soviet doctrine mandated strict, pre-planned camera runs, delivering highly standardized, reproducible intelligence for photo interpreters. Around 180 units were built, but the Yak-27R's frontline reign was remarkably brief, lasting only until the mid-1960s. The blistering pace of Cold War aviation technology rapidly made it obsolescent, forcing a transition to the superior Yak-28R. Yet, the Mangrove left an enduring legacy, firmly establishing the Yakovlev Design Bureau as Russia's premier developer of tactical reconnaissance assets during the critical early years of NATO's military build-up, proving that Soviet aviation could effectively match Western capabilities in the high-stakes game of global aerial espionage. In 1955, the Soviet Union introduced a twin-jet Titan that would stalk NATO forces for 3 decades. The Tupolev Tu-16 family, known to the West as the Badger. Deployed across 3 highly specialized subvariants, this platform established a continuous pattern of peripheral collection. The Tu-16R photo variant utilized advanced AFA 42 cameras in modified bomb bays. The Tu-16RM ELINT variant focused strictly on passive electronic intelligence to map out NATO radar networks. Meanwhile, the high-stakes Tu-16RR nuclear air sampling variant flew directly through radioactive clouds to capture debris from Western weapon tests. Powered by dual RD-3M 500 engines, these jets maintained a 5,800-kilometer range, keeping a constant, menacing presence over the Mediterranean from Egyptian and Syrian bases. They shadowed American Sixth Fleet maneuvers, gathering electronic signatures that Soviet submarine planners used to exploit gaps in Western anti-submarine tactics. The Tu-16RR missions were invaluable, providing raw physical data from American and French blasts that allowed Soviet physicists to reverse engineer Western weapon designs. Flying until the 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty ended atmospheric tests, the Badger solidified its place as an irreplaceable, long-serving cornerstone of Soviet strategic intelligence throughout the tensest decades of the early Cold War. When the American U-2 began flying unchallenged over Soviet territory, Moscow demanded an immediate response. The result was the Yakovlev Yak-25RV, codenamed Mandrake. First flying in 1959, this high-altitude strategic reconnaissance aircraft was adapted from an interceptor airframe. Designers added a massive 23.4-meter high aspect ratio wing to achieve the extreme lift required for a 20,000-meter operating ceiling. Though it accepted speed compromises, it created a rapid counterintelligence solution. Its absolute ceiling of 21,300 meters initially kept it above Western threats, but upgrades to Western-facing systems and Soviet SA-2 missiles proved high altitude was no longer an absolute shield. Following the bitter 1960s Sino-Soviet split, Mandrakes flew critical, perilous overflights directly above China's highly secretive nuclear test site at Lop Nur, providing vital intelligence at a moment when Beijing represented a genuine threat to Soviet security. Simultaneously, the Yak-25RRV variant swapped out long focal-length cameras for atmospheric sampling gear to collect post-test nuclear fallout. Serving loyally through the mid-1970s, the Mandrake established the core operational methodology of Soviet high-altitude collection. It held the line until the unstoppable Mach 3 MiG-25R arrived to permanently rewrite the rules of strategic reconnaissance airspace. In 1963, Soviet frontal aviation unlocked a devastating new capability: supersonic tactical reconnaissance. The vehicle was the Yakovlev Yak-28R, NATO reporting name Brewer-D. Derived from a light bomber, this twin-jet platform blazed through defended airspace at a blistering Mach 1.73, backed by a 16,000-meter ceiling. What made the Brewer-D a true game-changer was its highly innovative, interchangeable internal sensor bay. Mission planners could instantly swap between 4 distinct configurations. Options included day vertical photography, oblique border surveillance, night photography using flash bombs, or a cutting-edge infrared system. This advanced thermal capability allowed pilots to expose hidden underground bunkers, heated hangars, and fuel storage facilities by detecting heat signatures entirely invisible to standard optical cameras. Built in a run of roughly 183 aircraft, the Yak-28R dominated tactical intelligence operations throughout the 1960s and 1970s. It even saw action during the early, brutal years of the conflict in Afghanistan before more survivable options arrived to reduce its operational tempo. The Brewer D eventually gave way to newer aircraft, but its innovative standardized sensor bay design forever altered how the Soviet military approached multi-role battlefield intelligence. Entering service in 1962, the Tupolev Tu-22R family, known to NATO as Blinder C, brought terrifying supersonic speed to Soviet long-range aviation. Rocketing through the skies at Mach 1.42 with massive VD-7M turbojets, this striking aircraft operated at an impressive 14,700-meter ceiling, outrunning contemporary Western interceptors. 4 distinct sub-variants were developed to map the global landscape. The standard Tu-22R and extended range RD utilized advanced AFA 54 cameras optimized for medium-altitude, oblique photography, sweeping massive areas of terrain to continuously update Soviet military databases. Meanwhile, the RK and RKD variants packed the potent Cub-3M passive collection system, designed to stalk international airspace and harvest radar signatures from NATO naval vessels. The Blinder C proved its operational worth in unforgiving global hotspots. It flew dangerous reconnaissance missions during the 1977 Ogaden War in Somalia and later monitored the US Sixth Fleet during the volatile 1986 Libyan crisis. Libya also deployed these supersonic platforms during conflicts in Chad, serving until the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 1990s. The Tu-22R family provided an aggressive, high-speed eye in the sky that challenged Western naval and ground dominance across the Mediterranean, Atlantic, and Pacific. In 1969, the Soviet Union unleashed the ultimate speed demon of the Cold War, the MiG-25R reconnaissance family, codenamed Foxbat. Built for a singular, brutal purpose, the Foxbat was engineered to fly at speeds and altitudes that rendered Western air defenses completely useless. Cruising at Mach 2.83 with a terrifying dash speed of Mach 3.2 at 23,000 meters, it was completely untouchable. In 1971, Soviet-piloted MiG-25Rs overflew Israeli-controlled Sinai. Desperate Israeli Air Force F-4 Phantoms scrambled to intercept, launching 8 AIM-7 Sparrow missiles. The missiles failed to reach the Foxbat's extreme altitude, detonating harmlessly below while the Soviet jet calmly completed its camera run. Spanning 6 sophisticated sub-variants across global operators like Egypt, Syria, Libya, and India, the Foxbat combined intelligence with strike capabilities. The RB variant carried heavy bomb loads alongside its cameras, while the RBK and RBF versions packed elite Smerch passive ELINT suites. India's fleet conducted vital reconnaissance over Pakistan during the 1971 war. From monitoring China and NATO borders to flying intense missions over Afghanistan, the iconic MiG-25R proved that in the deadly arena of aerial espionage, sheer speed was the ultimate weapon. In the vast, lonely expanses of the world's oceans, a high-stakes game of cat and mouse defined the Cold War. At the center of it was the Tupolev Tu-95RT, known to NATO as the Bear D. Entering Soviet naval aviation service in 1962, this massive four-engine turboprop giant performed the fleet's most operationally critical function, hunting American aircraft carrier battle groups in real time. Equipped with a powerful Uzbek-1, a surface search radar housed in a massive belly radome, the Bear D boasted an incredible 12,500-kilometer range and an 18-hour endurance. It tracked US carriers from 400 kilometers away, transmitting precise position, course, and speed targeting data directly to Soviet anti-ship missile submarines lurking over the horizon. To counter this threat, American carriers constantly scrambled F-14 Tomcats to intercept and shadow the lumbering giants. This sparked hundreds of intense non-combat aerial confrontations over the North Atlantic, with Western aviators photographing the massive Soviet aircraft at dangerously close range. Operating as a global sentinel until the sudden collapse of the Soviet Union, its vital function later absorbed by satellites, the Bear D was a chilling reminder that no target on the open ocean could ever truly hide from the Kremlin's watchful eye. Hiding in plain sight, the Ilyushin Il-2 family, NATO codename Coot-A, transformed a standard turboprop airliner into the Soviet Union's premier signals intelligence vacuum. Hitting the skies in 1968, the Il-20M stripped away civilian comforts to house a massive Igla, one-side-looking airborne radar in a prominent ventral canoe, faring alongside advanced ROMB-4 ELINT and Kvadrat-2 communications intercept systems. This formidable combination allowed a single aircraft to simultaneously collect radar imagery and intercept communications along tense NATO borders and Chinese frontier regions. The Igla-1 radar penetrated thick cloud cover and total darkness, mapping ground terrain up to 50 kilometers away. But decades later, this Cold War veteran met a tragic end. On September 17, 2018, an Il-20M operating over the Mediterranean during the Syrian conflict was accidentally shot down by a Syrian S-200 missile. All 15 Russian crew members perished when frantic Syrian air defenses misidentified the massive aircraft, which was being used as radar cover by attacking Israeli F-16. Russia fiercely blamed Israel, while Israel blamed Syrian operator error, but the Cold War-era giant was permanently lost. It was a devastating catastrophe, proving that even the most sophisticated electronic platforms remain vulnerable in the chaotic fog of modern proxy warfare. In the high-altitude skies of the Cold War, the Antonov An-12 BKIS and An-12 PP, known to NATO as Cub-C and Cub-D, conducted a daring mission that effectively blurred the lines between reconnaissance and active electronic warfare. Entering service around 1965, these modified military transports were designed to aggressively disrupt the enemy. Armed with the Fasol passive ELINT collection system and the potent cargo bay-housed SPS-100 Reseda active jamming suite, these aircraft broadcast powerful noise, jamming directly across NATO air defense radar frequencies during international flights. It was a bold display of coercive diplomacy, collecting vital intelligence while proving they could blind Western defenses simultaneously. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, the Cub became a constant shadow over massive NATO exercises like Reforger and Able Archer. Circling just outside restricted airspace, they collected critical data on Western response times, force deployment patterns, and communications protocols. This invaluable operational intelligence provided Soviet war planners with the exact blueprints needed to execute a highly coordinated attack. The An-12 proved that sometimes the most effective way to spy on your enemy is to completely jam their radar and watch exactly how they scramble. It was electronic warfare hiding in a transport shadow. By 1983, the Soviet Union introduced a swing-wing marvel that revolutionized battlefield intelligence, the Sukhoi Su-24MR, codenamed Fencer-E. Operating as frontal aviation's premier tactical reconnaissance asset, this twin-engine jet achieved a top speed of Mach 1.35 and a ceiling of 17,500 meters. But its true lethality lay in its groundbreaking BKR-1 multi-sensor suite. For the first time, a single tactical aircraft could simultaneously gather radar, optical, and infrared data using the Shtik-2M side-looking airborne radar, the AIST-M panoramic camera, and the Zima infrared line scanner. Earlier, reconnaissance platforms relied on single sensors that could be fooled by camouflage or decoys, but the Fencer-E forced adversaries to defeat three distinct intelligence domains at once. Its variable sweep wings provided unmatched aerodynamic flexibility, shifting from low-altitude, high-speed dashes that denied defenders any reaction time to efficient, medium-altitude mapping cruises. With roughly 100 units produced, the Su-24MR proved indispensable during brutal combat operations in Chechnya, mapping out entrenched enemy positions across Grozny. The Fencer-E completely redefined tactical espionage, remaining a vital Russian Air Force asset through the early 2000s until modern satellites and unmanned drones finally began to inherit its dangerous frontline crown. In 1983, Soviet long-range aviation introduced a terrifying supersonic phantom that triggered immense international controversy, the Tupolev Tu-22M-3R, known to NATO as the backfire Sea-Recce. This heavy-hitting, swing-wing platform was stripped of its traditional weapons load to carry the state-of-the-art UKR-1 Chompol reconnaissance system in a centerline container. Surpassing the older Tu-22R in every single performance dimension, it blazed through the stratosphere at Mach 1.88 with a massive 6,800-kilometer unrefueled range, combining wide-area panoramic photography with side-oblique cameras that peered up to 100 kilometers away. This allowed a single flight to map entire military districts, while onboard passive ELINT receivers simultaneously harvested radar signatures. But the backfire C's most intense battles were fought at the negotiating tables of the SALT and START arms control treaties. The Kremlin deliberately classified the airframe as a medium bomber to bypass strict deployment limits, a calculated move that American negotiators hotly contested but ultimately accepted. Whether this highly advanced reconnaissance variant violated international treaties remained a fierce debate among intelligence analysts. The Tu-22M-3R existed in a state of deliberate strategic ambiguity, a ghost in the treaty books and an unstoppable eye in the sky. When the Kremlin required global range, it turned to an enduring icon of Soviet air power, the Tupolev Tu-95MR, known to NATO as Bear-E. Entering service in 1966, this strategic behemoth extended the reach of Soviet intelligence to the absolute ends of the earth. Utilizing the legendary turboprop endurance of the Bear airframe, the Tu-95MR could map the Pacific from Kamchatka to the mid-Indian Ocean without refueling, or complete a full North Atlantic circuit with a single aerial top-off. Housed inside its massive, modified bomb bay was a specialized array of 7 advanced AFA cameras, providing comprehensive vertical and oblique photographic coverage. In an era when early spy satellites left massive, predictable gaps between orbits, the Bear-E filled the void with responsive, human-crewed surveillance. It systematically documented American and Allied bases across the Pacific Rim, Indian Ocean, and Atlantic, creating an invaluable database of Western deployments. Ironically, the Bear-E became an intelligence subject itself. Western signals intelligence heavily monitored its communications and navigation systems throughout each flight, building a database of Soviet operational patterns. It was a high-stakes chess match, played out at 12,000 meters. Each exhausting mission became a complex, two-way mirror of global espionage, solidifying the Bear-E as an irreplaceable sentinel of the Cold War. Taming a Mach 3 monster required an entirely unique class of aircraft. Enter the MiG-25RU, NATO reporting name Foxbat-C. Entering service in 1972, this striking two-seat reconnaissance trainer featured a dramatically raised second cockpit for an instructor, positioned directly behind and above the student pilot's forward station. Its primary, high-stakes mission prepared Soviet aviators for the unforgiving extreme flight envelopes of high-speed, high-altitude intelligence collection. Because handling the massive Foxbat at Mach 2+ and extreme altitude was unlike anything pilots had ever experienced, specialized training in energy management and emergency protocols was absolutely mandatory. The second cockpit reduced internal fuel volume, limiting its range compared to single-seat variants, but with a maximum speed of Mach 2.83, its performance remained absolutely blistering. This unmatched speed unlocked a legendary secondary role. The Foxbat-C became the Kremlin's ultimate high-speed courier and VIP transport. It rushed critical intelligence products, film canisters, and senior officials between strategic locations faster than any other aircraft in the Soviet inventory. In an era before satellite data links made physical film transport obsolete, the MiG-25RU proved that when an asset is too fast to be intercepted, it is also far too fast to be delayed. Born from one of the most bizarre chapters of Cold War espionage, the Myasishchev M-17 Stratosphera and its successor, the M-55 Geophysica, known to NATO as Mystic, trace their origins to a battle against silent invaders. In 1956, the CIA launched Project Genetrix, drifting hundreds of high-altitude spy balloons across Soviet airspace. Frustrated by an inability to intercept these slow-moving targets, the Kremlin demanded a radical solution. First flying in 1982, the M-17 was purpose-built to destroy them. It featured an astonishing aspect ratio wing spanning 40.32 meters, wider than a Boeing 727, providing extreme maneuverability at a stratospheric 20,000-meter ceiling. When the balloon threat subsided, this unique design evolved into the twin-engine M-55 in 1988, shifting focus to high-altitude strategic reconnaissance and atmospheric sampling. Incredible as it seems, the M-55 Geophysica remains operational in 2024, performing critical atmospheric research and specialized intelligence missions. Still flying high-altitude research sorties more than 42 years after the first prototype initially lifted off, it commands a region of the sky few other aircraft can ever hope to reach. This legendary platform has outlasted the CIA balloon program, the Soviet Union, and the Cold War itself, proving that brilliant aeronautical engineering can transform a specialized weapon into an enduring scientific marvel. To dominate the world's oceans, the Soviet Navy required an aircraft that could simultaneously hunt Western submarines and harvest electronic secrets. Their answer was the Ilyushin Il-2, codenamed May. Entering service in 1967 and derived from the Il-18 airliner, this long-endurance Titan maintained a grueling 12-hour patrol capability. Deployed to strategic global hotspots like Egypt, Libya, Yemen, Ethiopia, India, and Somalia during the height of the Cold War, the May combined advanced anti-submarine warfare with elite electronic intelligence collection. Utilizing its powerful Bukut surface search and navigation radar with a 300-kilometer range alongside specialized sonobuoy fields and passive ELINT receivers, it meticulously mapped out the electronic order of battle for Western naval fleets. Decades later, the plane found a vital afterlife with a foreign power. India acquired the heavily upgraded IL-38N variant, packing the state-of-the-art Novella P-38 multimode sensor suite that dramatically boosted both ASW and SIGINT capabilities. During intense geopolitical tensions, Indian crews deployed these modernized platforms to monitor Pakistani movements and track Chinese naval activity across the Indian Ocean. In a brilliant twist of historical irony, the Cold War intelligence platform that the Soviet Union originally built to track American submarines was now operated by India to track Chinese ones, acquiring a powerful new role in a completely different great power competition. In 1927, an economically isolated Soviet Union faced a daunting reality. It had no domestic tank industry. Enter the T-18, also known as the MS-1. Reverse-engineered from the French Renault FT, this 5.9-ton vehicle represented far more than a modest weapon. It was proof that Soviet industry could design, manufacture, and field its own armored combat vehicles. Driven by an adapted Italian Fiat engine delivering just 35 horsepower, the T-18 crawled at a mere 16.4 kilometers per hour, making it slower than marching infantry across rough terrain. Armed with a 37mm gun and a single machine gun, it could engage light threats, but its thin 16mm armor stood virtually defenseless against proliferating heavy machine guns. By the Winter War of 1939, surviving T-18S were sent to assault the Finnish Mannerheim line. The result was a tactical disaster. Slow, unreliable, and easily pierced by Finnish anti-tank rifles, the T-18 exposed massive flaws in early Soviet armored doctrine and communication. Yet, this flawed machine was a critical beginning. It proved the nation could build its own iron monsters, setting the stage for an industrial revolution that would soon forge the greatest tank army the world had ever seen. By 1931, the Red Army required a modern backbone for its armoured forces. They found their answer by purchasing and modifying the British Vickers 6-ton light tank, transforming it into the T-26. With over 11,000 units produced over a decade, it became the most built interwar Soviet tank. Armed with a potent 45mm gun, the T-26 was a capable infantry support machine, easily able to defeat contemporary European armor at standard combat ranges. In the Spanish Civil War of 1936, the T-26 achieved material superiority over German Panzer I and Italian tankettes, giving Soviet theorists a false sense of security. This early success masked a fatal vulnerability: its thin 25mm maximum armor. When World War II erupted, German 37mm anti-tank guns cut through the T-26 effortlessly, while Finnish anti-tank rifles pierced its sides. In the opening months of Operation Barbarossa in 1941, the vast majority of these 11,000 tanks were obliterated or abandoned. They fell victim not just to enemy shells, but to catastrophic mechanical failures, widespread fuel shortages, and total command collapse. The T-26 did not cause the 1941 disaster. It was the tragic vehicle through which that unprecedented catastrophe expressed itself. In the 1930s, Soviet military theorists envisioned a revolutionary concept known as deep battle. To execute it, they needed unmatched speed. They found it by purchasing the advanced suspension system of American inventor J. Walter Christie, birthing the BT series. Capable of flying across terrain at 52 kilometers per hour on tracks and an astonishing 72 kilometers per hour on wheels with the tracks removed, the BT tanks were the fastest in the world. Theorists like Mikhail Tukhachevsky imagined these cavalry tanks shattering enemy lines and racing hundreds of kilometers into the rear to disrupt logistics. The definitive BT-7 introduced a welded hull, and its later M variant field-tested the first Soviet diesel tank engine, a massive breakthrough that eliminated the volatile fire hazards of petrol. Yet, when war came in 1941, this formula collapsed. Thousands of fast tanks were abandoned on dusty roads, stripped of fuel, or crippled by broken tracks, proving that speed means nothing without a reliable logistical backbone. The immense gap between forward-thinking doctrine and harsh operational reality ultimately cost the Red Army its entire forward armor capability and, tragically, cost Tukhachevsky his own life, executed in the brutal purges of 1937 on completely fabricated charges of treason. During the early 1930s, European military designers became obsessed with a concept that would prove to be a massive technological dead end: the multi-turreted tank. The Soviet Union embraced this philosophy on a grand scale with the 28-ton medium T-28 and the colossal 54-ton T-35 land battleship. Rolling on 5 separate turrets, the T-35 boasted a 76mm main gun, 2 45mm cannons, and multiple machine guns. In theory, it could engage threats in every direction simultaneously. In stark reality, a divided 5-man turret crew could not effectively coordinate this chaotic arsenal while navigating difficult terrain and maintaining crucial radio contact. Only 61 T-35s were built, serving primarily as rolling propaganda pieces in Moscow's Red Square military parades. Their immense size projected an illusion of unstoppable power, masking severe engineering flaws. The multi-turret layout created a high center of gravity that caused the vehicles to frequently throw their tracks under minimal strain. When Germany invaded in 1941, virtually every T-35 broke down and was abandoned within weeks without ever engaging the enemy. These over-engineered monsters became instant roadside monuments to institutional failure, while the less complex T-28 saw only brief, limited success breaking fortifications in Finland before the multi-turret era died forever. In June 1941, German panzer commanders executing Operation Barbarossa rammed into an armoured Phantom that standard military intelligence completely failed to predict: the T-34. Engineered by Mikhail Koshkin at the Kharkov locomotive factory, this innovative medium tank changed the rules of mechanized warfare overnight. Its brilliant 45mm sloped armor, angled at 60 degrees, provided protection equivalent to 90mm of vertical steel, rendering German anti-tank rounds completely useless. Powered by a revolutionary 500 horsepower Vi-2 diesel engine, it minimized the lethal fire hazards of petrol, while its wide tracks effortlessly glided over thick mud that immobilized German armor. Tragically, Koshkin died of pneumonia in late 1940, never witnessing his creation alter history. Despite its structural genius, early T-34s suffered from severe internal deficiencies. A cramped two-man turret forced the commander to double as the gunner, causing extreme cognitive overload during intense combat. Poor periscopic vision, a brutal transmission requiring a heavy hammer to shift gears, and a total absence of operational radios contributed to the loss of nearly 20,000 Soviet tanks in 1941. Most were abandoned due to mechanical breakdown. Yet this revolutionary blueprint fundamentally redefined the future of armored warfare. It stood as an imperfect weapon of undeniable genius, forged in a moment of absolute desperation. By 1943, the Soviet Union was locked in an industrial war of attrition, and the T-34 evolved to survive it. Enter the Model 1943, recognized by its distinct cast hexagonal turret. This model directly addressed the brutal lessons of the front lines. To relieve the overwhelmed commander, engineers added a prominent cupola fitted with 5 vision blocks for superior battlefield awareness. Crucially, a new 9R transceiver radio was installed in every single vehicle, replacing crude flag signals with real-time tactical coordination, while a heavily redesigned transmission finally eliminated the need for gear-shifting hammers. But as these tactical flaws were cured, a deadly new threat emerged. At the Battle of Kursk in July 1943, the largest tank clash in human history, the T-34 encountered Germany's new monsters, the Tiger I and the Panther. The T-34's 76mm gun proved utterly powerless against the heavy frontal plate of a Tiger at standard ranges, forcing Soviet crews to employ suicidal flanking maneuvers to target vulnerable side armor. The Model 1943 was a massive step forward in crew ergonomics, but Kursk proved its weapon was obsolete. It became an urgent problem statement, forcing designers to rapidly engineer a lethal new answer far to the east. In March 1944, the ultimate evolution of the Soviet Union's most famous tank rolled onto the battlefield, the T-34/85. Its defining feature was a massive, newly designed 3-man turret, housing a devastating 85mm gun derived from a heavy anti-aircraft weapon. This engineering triumph fundamentally transformed the tactical landscape. By introducing a third crew member into the turret, the commander was finally liberated from the grueling task of aiming and firing, allowing him to focus entirely on scanning the battlefield and coordinating with infantry. For the first time, an ordinary T-34 crew could reliably penetrate a German Tiger's brutal frontal armor from a distance of 500 meters under combat conditions. Over 57,000 T-34/85s were produced, with factories pumping out over 1,200 units a month at their peak, far outpacing Germany's ability to replace its catastrophic losses. This unstoppable iron tide drove relentlessly from the Vistula bridgeheads straight into the heart of Berlin in 1945. A weapon that had been nearly wiped out in 1941 had been continuously refined into one of the most operationally effective armoured vehicles of World War II. Its legacy remains so enduring that variations of this legendary machine continue to see active military service across the globe today. As World War II drew to a close, Soviet engineers secretly developed a radical transitional design that would quietly shape the future of global tank architecture: the T-44. Designed by Alexander Morozov at Nizhny Tagil, only 965 units were built between 1944 and 1947. Visually, it carried the same 85mm gun as the T-34/85, but underneath its steel skin lay an engineering revolution. Morozov took the heavy V-44 diesel engine and rotated it 90 degrees, mounting it transversely. This single, brilliant design choice changed everything. By saving massive amounts of internal hull space, engineers drastically reduced the tank's height, concentrated its mass safely forward, and cleared room for a much wider turret ring, all while doubling the frontal armour thickness to a staggering 120mm. The T-44 never saw combat. The Red Army already possessed thousands of highly reliable T-34/85s to finish the war without disrupting logistics. Yet, this vehicle was a monumental triumph of design. The transverse engine layout pioneered by the T-44 became the permanent architectural blueprint for the T-54, T-55, T-62, and every major Soviet main battle tank that followed for the next 40 years. It was an invisible legend, a weapon that never fought a battle, yet fundamentally defined the very shape of Cold War iron. Entering service in 1947, the T-54 and its legendary successor, the T-55, would become the undisputed symbols of Soviet military might throughout the Cold War. With a staggering 84,000 units built across multiple nations, this family stands as the most produced tank in human history. Armed with a formidable 100mm main gun, it provided a devastating firepower margin that completely offset the superior optics of Western rivals like the Centurion and Patton. When the T-55 introduced advanced nuclear, biological and chemical protection through an automated hull overpressure system, it proved that Soviet engineers were deadly serious about surviving an atomic battlefield. From the streets of Budapest during the 1956 uprising to the brutal deserts of the Arab-Israeli wars, Vietnam and beyond, the T-54/55 fought on 3 continents simultaneously. Each global conflict became a bloody testing ground, revealing a design that was utterly devastating against older armor, yet increasingly vulnerable to modern Western anti-tank missiles and attack helicopters. Astonishingly, these vintage machines were still being deployed to active combat zones as recently as 2022 in Ukraine and Libya. It remains a timeless titan of mechanized warfare, an enduring weapon so rugged and adaptable that it continues to appear on active front lines over 7 decades after its birth, cementing its place as the ultimate weapon of the mass production doctrine. In 1961, the Soviet Union unveiled a vehicle that triggered a massive technological panic throughout Western intelligence agencies: the T-62. This machine introduced a revolutionary advancement to the world of mechanized warfare, becoming the first main battle tank in history to field a smoothbore main gun. The 115mm barrel fired armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sabot rounds at an astonishing muzzle velocity exceeding 1,600 meters per second. This unmatched speed allowed the penetrators to maintain extreme accuracy and devastating kinetic energy at distances that completely outclassed contemporary NATO tanks. The T-62 single-handedly forced Western armies to abandon classic rifled barrels and rapidly develop their own smoothbore technology. However, the tank faced a brutal test during the Soviet-Afghan War. In the rugged mountain passes of Afghanistan, Mujahideen guerrilla fighters armed with portable RPG-7s easily ambushed and pierced the T-62's vulnerable side armor. This bitter conflict turned the Afghan mountains into a bloody laboratory, forcing crews to weld makeshift concrete blocks and scrap steel to their hulls for survival. The hard lessons bought with these losses directly drove the development of the advanced composite armor that would shield the next generation of Soviet armor. With over 22,000 units produced, the T-62 proved that smoothbore performance was achievable on a massive industrial scale, forever altering the lethal physics of anti-armor engagement. In 1964, the Kharkov Design Bureau unleashed Alexander Morozov's masterwork, a tank so advanced it was classified as a state secret for years, the T-64. This revolutionary vehicle represented a massive leap forward, introducing the world's first composite spaced armor and a mechanized carousel autoloader that permanently reduced the crew to 3. Armed with a powerful 125mm smoothbore gun capable of firing guided anti-tank missiles, it was an engineering marvel. However, its sophisticated technology sparked a fierce inter-bureau civil war within the Soviet military-industrial complex. The T-64's unique, compact, 700 horsepower opposed piston engine was notoriously temperamental, requiring highly specialized tools and maintenance skills that ordinary conscript units simply lacked. Frequent breakdowns and severe logistical headaches forced the Soviet leadership into an unprecedented, highly inefficient compromise. They split their manufacturing into 3 competing paths: the ultra-advanced T-64 for elite units, a simpler and more reliable T-72 for mass mobilization, and a lightning-fast gas turbine T-80. For 25 years, the Soviet Union did what no other army in history dared to do, simultaneously fielding 3 distinct, completely incompatible main battle tank designs, all born from the complex, brilliant legacy of the troubled T-64. With roughly 13,000 units built, this high-tech weapon was reserved exclusively for elite formations poised to lead any sudden strike into Western Europe. In 1973, the Nizhny Tagil Design Bureau delivered the ultimate answer to the over-engineered T-64, the legendary T-72. Designed by Leonid Kartsev, this machine discarded fragile complexity in favor of brutal, dependable simplicity. It featured a rugged diesel engine that any basic mechanic could service and a slower but vastly more reliable carousel autoloader. It quickly became the ultimate symbol of Soviet armor, with over 25,000 built worldwide and exported to 40 nations. However, the T-72's history is defined by a deep divergence. While elite Soviet units maintained highly advanced variants, the downgraded export models sold abroad lacked sophisticated fire control and proper armor. This structural vulnerability was laid bare during the 1991 Gulf War. Iraqi T-72s operating without combined arms support were effortlessly obliterated by Western forces in a showcase of technological asymmetry. Yet, the platform refused to die. Decades of continuous upgrades culminated in the modern T-72B3, the primary fist of the Russian army today. Packed with modern thermal sights and heavy explosive reactive armor, the T-72B3 is currently being tested on the battlefields of Ukraine. There, amidst the terrifying modern threat of Javelin missiles and explosive FPV drones, this 50-year-old lineage continues its brutal, high-stakes evolution. It stands as a testament to an enduring design philosophy that prioritizes mass, adaptability, and rugged survival above all else. In 1976, the Soviet Union unleashed its ultimate prestige weapon, a machine designed for high-speed blitzkrieg across the plains of Europe, the T-80. This was the first production tank in the world powered by a ferocious 1,250 horsepower gas turbine engine. It could rocket across terrain at an astonishing 70 kilometers per hour, earning it a fearsome reputation. Planners intended for the T-80 to exploit breakthroughs so fast that NATO forces would be completely overrun before they could react. But this incredible speed came at a terrifying cost. The gas turbine engine swallowed fuel at a monstrous rate, consuming roughly 500 liters every 100 kilometers, doubling the consumption of a standard diesel tank. This created an absolute nightmare for logistical columns. Tragically, the T-80's terrifying flaws were exposed in the worst possible way on New Year's Day, 1995. Sent into the tight urban streets of Grozny during the Chechen War, a column of T-80BVs was brutally ambushed. Chechen rebels firing RPGs at close range ruptured the tank's highly volatile fuel lines, turning the Mykop brigade into a blazing inferno. It was a catastrophic lesson, proving that Cold War speed meant nothing in an urban trap. The charred wreckage left behind in Chechnya permanently altered Russian armored doctrine, forcing a desperate rush to engineer urban enhancement survival packages. In the twilight years of the Cold War, Soviet engineers secretly developed a monstrous weapon designed to completely outclass America's M1 Abrams, the Object 477 Boxer. Reaching an advanced prototype stage in the late 1980s, this next-generation main battle tank was built around a colossal 152mm smoothbore gun. A massive upgrade over standard Soviet weapons, it possessed a terrifying ability to fire both conventional heavy shells and devastating guided anti-tank missiles engineered specifically to punch straight through Western Chobham armor at extreme combat ranges. Packed with advanced composite armor and early active protection systems, the Boxer was a terrifyingly advanced strategic masterpiece that would have altered the balance of global power. But its ultimate enemy wasn't an American tank. It was geopolitical collapse. When the Soviet Union disintegrated in 1991, the ambitious program was instantly cancelled, leaving these hyper-advanced prototypes frozen in time. Yet, history has a strange way of coming full circle. The Kharkov Design Bureau, now located in independent Ukraine, quietly preserved the blueprints, evolving them into the modern T-84 Oplot. Today, the distant, highly refined descendants of a tank once engineered to defend the Soviet superpower are deployed on active front lines, fighting a desperate high-stakes war against the very Russian armored forces it was originally built to protect. Born from the chaotic ashes of the Soviet collapse, the T-90 emerged in 1992 as Russia's primary hope for modern armoured survival. Originally designated as the T-72BU, it was renamed to project a fresh era of advanced technology. This machine integrated heavy explosive reactive armor designed to defeat tandem charge warheads, alongside the innovative Stora soft-kill active protection system, which used electro-optical jammers to disrupt enemy laser designators. When Russia's domestic economy imploded in the 1990s, the T-90 achieved a massive export triumph that saved its defense industry from total extinction. India purchased over 1,000 highly customized units, providing vital revenue that kept Russian design bureaus alive. Today, the ultimate evolution of this lineage has taken center stage, the T-90M ProRiv, or Breakthrough. This modern beast features a panoramic commander's sight, an upgraded high-durability gun, and next-generation relict armor. Deployed in Ukraine since 2022, the T-90M has demonstrated significantly higher cruise survival rates than older tanks. Its performance under the unforgiving glare of modern drone warfare represents the most intensely documented real-time analysis of heavy armor since the iconic Yom Kippur War of 1973. It stands as a highly lethal bridge between classic Cold War mass production and the high-tech demands of 21st century digital battlefields. In 2015, the world watched in stunned silence as Russia unveiled its most radical departure from traditional armored design since World War II, the T-14 Armata. Built upon a unified combat platform, its most revolutionary feature is a completely unmanned turret. By isolating all 3 crew members inside a heavily reinforced armored capsule deep within the hull, designers permanently separated human survival from turret damage. To protect against modern threats, the Armata features the advanced Afghanit hard-kill active protection system, engineered to intercept incoming top attack missiles and drones before they can strike. Yet, this futuristic marvel faces a grim reality. While initial plans called for over 2,000 tanks by 2020, only about 30 exist today. Stalled by crippling international sanctions on critical electronics, severe budget constraints, and the immediate wartime demand to rapidly mass-produce older, proven models like the T-72 and T-90, the Armata's industrial future hangs in a desperate balance. It remains an enigmatic question mark on the modern stage. Is the T-14 a brilliant, visionary blueprint that will dictate the future of global mechanized warfare? Or is it merely an expensive, unachievable concept car permanently sidelined by the harsh economic realities of total war? Only time will reveal whether this digital titan will ever truly rule the battlefield.